law of inspired action, law of cause and effect, law of relativity, law of gender, law of perpetual transmutation of energy, and the law of rhythm.
You know which one I want you to start with.
I'm trying to stay away from that gender shit though, like on the real. Like,
Damn,
fuck you, Adrian. I really
I'm
wanna.
a man. I'm out here being a dickhead. Come on.
Nah, I would stay.
Hey, Diamond, be nice.
My apologies. I just I wanted
He
to.
said, "I'm a man.
Yeah, I was out here
Prove
being.
it.
I was out here being a dick. Well,
You just told me you was a dickhead."
yeah, I sparked this conversation, didn't I? What
Yeah,
does it mean
I be
to be a
nice.
natural phallus? Doesn't even matter.
Yo, did you just say you're like a natural phallus?
Yeah, that's what I was saying when I said I was being a dickhead, right? So what's it mean to be a natural phallus? To have a natural phallus, man? You know what I mean?
Oh,
Stop.
okay. Thanks for being totally immersed in that which is you.
Yeah, I like that more than being an asshole because assholes get fucked. I'm a dick. I do the fucking.
I like the way this one sounds. Law of inspired action. I don't think I ever heard that one in description so much. But these laws, do you think that the scientists go by these or and decide that this will be the framework for how the sciences evolve?
I feel that I feel they used to oppose it, and I feel like what's trying to happen in the what we call the paradigm shift is now they're told how to think, so it's not to oppose what the others have already opposed, but to master what they've apprenticed in or what they've created to go ahead and surpass them in breaking those universal laws.
Well, they got a little breakdown of what these laws actually mean. It says it can help many with everyday life and adjust your understanding of why things are the way they are. It says the laws are a form of meditation for freedom. Interesting. For freedom originating from ancient Hawaiian culture.
I wonder if they mean like the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Moors, primordial man, land, grass. I wonder what they mean by that one.
Well, all I can do is tell you what these folks have written. I guess it's probably based on some historical value. Obviously, they're quoting his Hawaii's culture. It's funny that they don't use what the actual title of those people were before they were given to be Hawaiian. But it's all good. I'm not going to beef about that. The law of vibration states that you're in constant motion that can inform your lived experience. And this means that if you're manifesting a certain lifestyle, you have to adjust yourself to that desired level. You can apply the law of vibration by by participating in mindful practices that promote good vibes. So you yourself have to think in good vibrations and practice it to apply the law of vibration for good vibes. In other words, don't show up to the party empty handed because some people don't mind seeing you thirsty. Always keep your little bottle or bring a bottle so that they can't stop you from adding yours to all the other bottles and saying, go ahead, have whatever you want. I don't know why I'm applying this to alcohol consumption.
I know.
But don't it make sense though? If you show up to the party empty handed, you deserve to be thirsty.
Mm. See, I forgot what it said already, previous to what you said.
Nah, all it's saying is like, yo, you add, if you promote good vibes, you get good vibes.
Oh, 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 oh.
That's all it's really saying is that if you participate mindfully practicing good vibes, you gonna get good vibes. That's what that's saying.
You want me to show you a simplified but fucking complex version of that?
Do it.
Back to what we was talking about in that conversation with him. In this third dimension, they say this world is spinning or it's moving, and it's just, we're moving as fast. But in moments where you're still, you're suspended in a moving room, or if you ever go into one of those spinning shits in the carnival, and you're standing in place, but it's moving around. Technically, because it's moving around, what you see across from you shouldn't be standing or sitting perfectly across from you the whole time, but it is. And that's the same thing as vibrating on the same frequency as everything else around you. It's being suspended in a situation to where, if you're moving at a pace to where it's not, I don't want to say counterproductive, but if you're moving at a pace as everything else can move, everything else that's supposed to keep you grounded moves, then you're basically joining it's like that, as she said, it's like bringing a bottle to a party where there's bottles. You're playing the game, you're part of it, you're into the same frequency and shit, basically.
So, in other words, expect to enjoy the party if you bring the party.
Basically.
Basically, really simple. The next one is the law of attraction, and that it says this is the most popular of the bunch. It's used for manifestation. You basically attract what you focus on. You apply the law of attraction by believing what you are manifesting. So, Adrian, what is belief?
Not knowing.
So, if you don't know manifestation, you attract it.
I can't completely say that, but it could be attracted for you, or it could be hit or miss. And that's why the law of attraction doesn't work perfectly, to the extent of, sometimes we do things and don't receive it back the way that we think we should or something. But
Yeah, like you could be nice or be good, be good, be good, be good, be good, be good, and don't and you get the lump of coal for Christmas. But you know why you get the lump of coal is because you believed in Santa. You like
facts.
you believed so much in Santa that you was waiting for somebody else to bring you the gifts, and then you looked and it was just a piece of rat shit underneath the tree. Like, wait a minute, I
Hmm.
thought this motherfucker said
Hmm.
that if I be nice, and I was nice all year, where is my American girl?
But Butters, you want to see what's funny about that? If you sit here and still decide to not know what you was just taught, guess what you attract yourself again?
Tell me, the rat shit.
Possible disappointment, or
Yeah, the little
possibly
piece of rat shit under the tree.
either that, or it's either possibly the rat shit or possibly belief. Either or
Or
is
possibly the
going
what?
to happen again, or possibly belief.
Well,
Because
the
you should
belief
already
that you should,
know.
first of all, the belief that you should get something got you something. It just wasn't what you wanted. You thought it was going to be American Girl all boxed up and cute. It was the rat shit.
Not only that, it was knowing that just because you believed that it was going to be there that doesn't mean that you knew it was going to be there. And since you know that, if you're dumb enough to lose that knowing to go believe again, then nigga, I guess that rat shit came for that time too. But it was the first time. This time they only got to put the rat shit there. You're just gonna feel like a dickhead when you still ain't get the same shit.
Yep, you wouldn't feel right because you've been good the whole time. And the law of attraction is saying that if you focused on this thing that you would get it and then turn around and it's the fucking rat pellet.
I've been there.
Well, the next one is the law of oneness.
Mm, mm, mm.
And this one I strongly believe in. Everything is connected. It says it is the first and foremost foundation law of the universe. This is activated when compassion is exercised and the fact that we are all one is accepted. But now, law of oneness.
And
Are
that's what
these?
when I
Go
said
ahead.
my bad. That's what I
No, go
meant.
ahead.
That's what I meant when I said the when they asked what's a square and I said the four universes connected. I was being facetious and being a dick about it, but it's still the idea of connection. Everything that we can't exist if our atoms don't combine, if everything isn't solid. Like it has to be a thing of unity. If ever it was all to break apart, nothing exists.
So, with that being said, do you think that if, if one thing happens that nobody else knows about, like the tree that falls in the forest, right? They always ask this question, like, if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? Like, I think that's such a strange question when people would present that, because it's like, if a tree falls, just because you're not there doesn't mean that the tree didn't fucking fall. It made a sound. You weren't there for it, but everything's interconnected. That could have been the tree that once you take a piece of its root and boil it, could have been a saved life. But since it didn't actually get to happen, you would never know. But we're all interconnected,
Mm,
right?
mm. I love that.
Yeah, we're all interconnected, or that's how I feel. I definitely like the law of oneness is that we are all interconnected, and everything that you do has an effect on what happens in the world. So if I was to go right now in my backyard and lifted my hands up to the sky and asked for, a peaceful day for the world, and these newscasters couldn't report nothing bad today, they wouldn't know that it's me that caused that. I would be the only person that knew what I did to make that happen.
Brothers, can I be a dick one more time? Well,
Please
not one
do.
more time, but in this moment,
Contradict.
when people
Contradict, dickhead.
when pe- when pe- it's phallus to you, but nah,
Phalluses to all.
but nah. When people ask the tree fall situation, right? When you sleep and you fucking snoring in your dream, you're not fucking snoring.
Nope, I'm
If
up and
and you
moving around.
But the way you know you're snoring is when your fucking person that you in a relationship box you upside your mouth for fucking snoring.
Either that, Adrian, or the snore gets so loud and you wake yourself up like, yo, what the fuck? What was that?
But in moments where that doesn't happen, that means your subconsciousness wasn't there, but you were still making a sound. I mean, not your
Because
your consciousness wasn't there, but you were still making a sound.
the body has no choice, though, but to make sound. You think when you fart in your sleep, you know you did it?
Sometimes, because that should be brutal. That should they push your body up a little. Yeah.
And you
Mm-mm.
look around like you heard the robber come in. I heard it. Somebody
Ooh.
check the doors, check the gates.
Mhm.
Nah, but you really don't know that that your body is doing its natural functions while you're dreaming. You really don't. You just, like you said, your consciousness is elsewhere. So while your consciousness is taking that trip, the involuntary nature of your organs are still performing. You have no control over that. You know, some folks, remember there was a guy named I think it was one of these magicians, Chris Angle. There were others before him too that would go into like a, a rectangle of water, and they'd have to get themselves out of chains like Houdini
Oh,
to
the
get out.
Houdini, yeah.
Yeah. And so they'd be trying to get out of these chains. Like if they were to think about time running out, or think about the fact that they can't breathe underwater but for so long, you think they'd be able to get out for real? They would start worrying, struggling, thinking about fear, thinking about, oh my God, I'm on TV, thinking about, oh my God, they would forget about everything that's supposed to take them out of the binds.
It would be mental pandemonium.
Yeah, and they would, essentially probably fail in the action of becoming free from the binds. And they showed a perfect example of, whether you guys believe it or not, that these so-called magicians were able to get out of their binds once, you know, or you know, it's live and they're showing you the struggle and you could see them wriggling and this and that. We are the only ones counting the time while they're on the inside doing the act. We're the ones limiting um, how long he can stay under in that way. We've measured, I guess, in these different simulations, how how long things take to happen. But once those folks inside of that cube of water and binds, once they connect with the mentality of, all right, here's what I have to do to get out of this. Let me just do it. They can't be thinking about no time. They can't be thinking about, their body is functioning involuntarily, but they can slow things down. They're breathing. Shit, you don't even know if he had to pee on himself inside of that water, consume water, pass it out, or to be able to do the act of getting free. Time was an illusion. He might have took 5 whole minutes under that water. And all we could do on the outside was count down while he just, and they're told, we can't, we're not supposed to open it up and save you. You're going to take yourself out of that. I don't know how many of you guys believe in those magical acts, but I think that all of us possess a type of a magic that doesn't depend on time. It just depends upon your availability to freeing yourself to practice.
Perception.
Yes, practice your special magic, and that is a thing that that I think they don't really want for you to come upon, is the way that you affect this interconnectedness.
Agreed. Agreed. We all have our effects. We all have our causes. But the thing is, if you're trying to be on like minds as everybody else, as much as you think that that's being connected, that's actually disconnecting from what you're naturally really supposed to be doing. So therefore, it may seem like the mind is on a oneness state, but when you do that, if everyone's looking the same direction, who the fuck is watching the car that, or the pendulum swinging behind them, that's about to rock them all to protect it and keep it progressing? And that's what I was saying. It's like with the science, with the question that she asked about the scientists. Um, in all realities, as she read in that law, it's about the principle of to keep freedom in everything. And look what just occurred. And then look what they told the doctors, who are technically scientists in a form. Look what they told the actual scientists, how to do their studies to go against those laws, to go against that, which would mean that it's to destroy freedom, to remove that. But the oneness has to be freedom, because there's only one thing that's opposite of freedom that we know of, and that's enslavement. Certainly.
Damn, son.
You gotta go bring it back to the root of these meanings. Not even, you
Look,
got to bring it back to the seed before it even hits the soil. Then when you see it hit the soil, you got to understand, yo, that's a dead seed. If it's not going, if, when it ferments, if it's not gonna produce fruit, it's a wasted seed. But they're not building shit to produce seeds to create a new future. It's just like the food they're trying to create. The idea that they've got for the future is seedless. But yeah, next.
okay, cool. The next one is the law of compensation. Whatever you sow, you will reap, is the mantra for the law of compensation. And this law is activated when you contribute to what you're manifesting. So I guess if you bring the bottle to the party, no way you're gonna be thirsty, and you may be compensated with more tasteful drinks once you get there from other people's contribution.
Mm-hmm. Because, this may be the only bottle that I have. Well, this is the only bottle that I have. We all coming through with one different bottle. Shit, my bottle might be H3O. You know, not saying that, that's the top water or anything. That's the new water or anything. But somebody else shit might be H4O. You know, it's perception. Everyone has their own
Or
thing
how
they bring
about
to the table.
somebody just bring a bottle because that's how they are? They don't
Facts.
have to be
But
drinking.
we are the bottle. The same way she said, we are the party. If you're not the party when you get to the party, you're the party pooper.
Well, I mean, think about it though. If you don't have a bottle, you better come in good spirits.
Double entendre. I like that
So
one.
was bringing a bottle part of the invitation?
No, I don't
If
think anybody
respect
ever
the
really,
law.
unless they tell you BYOB, they don't, nobody ever really tells people, oh, make sure you bring a bottle. They might say, oh, bring a bottle to add to the festivities. That sounds good. But no, I don't think anybody ever says, oh, make sure you bring a bottle, motherfucker. You know, I might tell people that, like, if I'm having like a little chill barbecue in my yard, and I'll say, yo, I'll tell the truth. I'll be like, yo, I don't got the full bar stock today, but if everybody brings something, we straight. And that's real.
And don't be mad if you don't, and I charge you for a shot, because that's equal
Nah,
com.
the backyard never charged nobody for nothing. The backyard is peace, tranquility, and enjoyability. Backyard is for like, there's gonna be the food there. And you know how you want to feel when the food is there, so bring a
Oh,
libation.
they brought food?
No, food is already there once you get here. I'm never gonna invite you and there's nothing to eat. That's
Did, did,
crazy.
do I got to worry about them?
Son, there's gonna be veggie chops and pork chop for those who want on two separate platters so nobody get
Not,
contaminated.
not the food. I'm talking about the ones that came without the bottle. Do I have to worry about them?
Nah, nobody that
Oh,
come.
all right. So that's good vibes. They came with good vibes. I'm
Yeah,
goofy.
they came with good, like, spirits is a bottle and spirits is you too. Like, you could come with good spirits and that's acceptable. But remember that law that we was just reading, right? The one where it's talking about where's the one where you bring,
Station.
compensation, where whatever you sow you will reap. So like if you came with bad spirits, more than likely you'll be the angry person when you're, when nobody offer you, well, somebody gonna offer you something, but it may not be what you like. So you sitting there disgruntled. So if you was gonna come with bad spirits in the first place, you might as well have stayed home, because it says this law is activated when you contribute to what you're manifesting. So like, if you didn't contribute, you ain't really manifest shit. You just sitting there with your bad spirit, the spirit you came with. Nothing.
And that's why you
But
feel
I don't
screwed
think
up.
that's how that works, though.
Probably not. Talk about it though, because I'm just learning. Tell
Yeah,
me.
because like especially with the, I guess it's the comparison that you're using, so it will make it harder to get it because using a party or something that you was invited to, I don't think it works the way like that you're saying.
So give me another example so I could juxtapose. I was just using the party because, sometimes even for any celebration, like you may not know the people. And usually, sometimes people is like, oh, I'm not just coming empty handed. But there are people that don't come with anything and they're still welcome the same way, because nobody expected you to. But
Can,
but but what if you, even though nobody expected you to, you did it anyway? Does that change the outcome? Or maybe you didn't need the physical spirits of a bottle. You came with your spirits in high spirited for celebration. And does that replace it? So that's what you reaped, and so you sowed it.
can, can I be
I
the
don't know.
answer?
Sometimes y'all make these questions too complicated. I wish y'all
Okay,
would
let me I'm gonna make
ask
it I'm gonna
simple
make it
questions.
easier.
No, no, but seriously, when
Mhm.
people stop asking simple questions and giving simple answers, like I asked somebody a question yesterday, simple answer. I gotta get a whole essay before I get an answer. Is this something new that we're doing?
No, I mean that's just the way that I think. I want to know an example like what you want, outside of the party and the bottle, reaping what you sow. Like that's what this particular one was about. Was law of compensation.
I'll go after Dolly.
Yeah, it says when you activate what you contribute, the law is activated when you contribute what you're manifesting. So whatever you sow, you will reap.
And that's what you with your heart.
Hmm.
Whatever you sow with your heart. So that means if your heart is not in the right place when you're doing something for somebody, you're gonna reap shit also. You give shit, you get shit back.
It's an equal exchange.
Not so much as an equal exchange between you and the individual. Because read what you saw in like what you putting out there. It might not be with that direct person. It's like karma. But eventually, later on down the road, you're gonna reap what you just put out there. So if you gave somebody shit today, that person that you gave the shit to today might not be the one paying you directly back for the shit you just spewed out. But alongside the way, somebody else might be the one giving you what you gave somebody else in return. So it might not be that direct person that you shitted on. But rest assured that you will be shitted on eventually. We just don't know what day. But believe me, karma, that's like karma right there. That go hand in hand with karma.
Cause and effect, same thing. But that we're gonna get to that rule in a second. Well, not in a second, a couple. But yeah, I get what she's saying. I feel,
That's why they be like, karma is a bitch. You don't know when she's coming back around.
man, I'll make her come. Double
I
entendre.
hate you.
Cause I'm up. Time to be a phallus, I guess. Triple. But yeah, like it's the idea of an open mind, closed mind situation with that for me. And I'm gonna make this brief. A person that comes somewhere or enters a conversation with the idea of being open to receive a different perspective is going to look in a different perspective after they leave the conversation. A person who looks to enter a conversation with a closed mind perspective still lives in the same reality because they didn't want to open up to the new possibility. You reap what you sow. If you're sitting here and you tend to, look at something from one perspective and you refuse to change and you refuse to deal with anything, why should your life and reality change? If you go around with an open mindset and it's going, you now have you got to use discernment with it. That's the part of it that is not really like explaining, it's just telling you the basis of it. You got to use discernment with it, but you're, no matter what, your idealistic ideas are going to change, which is why everyone tends to be in these rooms, because things that they thought they know, they either tend to learn better, and things that they sit here, even when they come in here with a negative energy, they may have came in here with a negative energy and their mind may not want to change, but the other people in here with that same perspective but an open mind will see something, sometimes even research it, or other times just take the information directly as heard, and they found the change that their mind was open to looking for, or pushing them in the direction to go look for what they want.
And enlightenment.
Yes.
So, how come they didn't make that like a law of enlightenment?
Because that technically was the last law, if I'm not mistaken.
What, the forgiveness joint? The
Not
13th, that the unofficial 13th joint?
nah. Like the one that the one right before this one that you read, I believe.
Let me see. The oneness, the interconnected joint.
My mind just drew a blank. Yeah, I believe so. But what was it again that I said
Well,
was?
so far they said law of vibration, right?
Mm-hmm,
Law of attraction,
mm-hmm.
then law of oneness. Now we just wrapping up, what they say is law of compensation.
It would definitely be law of oneness.
Law of
Enlightenment
oneness.
is like, in my perspective, enlightenment is a thing of it's something we feel when we're more connected and have a more rooted understanding of life itself, everything in it, and everything. It makes you feel less stressful, everything, because you may know, like, if you knew you did something bad and you got told in that moment what the karma would be, it would be less stressful than sitting here and waiting for the karma, not knowing when it's gonna fucking hit you.
Because I was enlightened to a fact, or by enlightened to someone else's perspective, so I can anticipate
I wouldn't
what may or may not happen.
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying if it was guaranteed that that was going to happen that exact way, it would be more enlightening to a certain extent. If you knew the exact time, like, most people, most people, the reason they don't want to know when they die is because they don't know in that moment. If they know the exact way they die, they'll try to avoid it. They'll live their whole life trying to avoid it. And if they know when they die, they'll be skeptical and live and do a whole lot of other things along the way, but they'll be more free to actually move and do what they want to believe up till the point of that time, of that time period. So basically, if a person knows that they was gonna fucking die and they knew the exact moment, the exact second and everything they was gonna die, and they would feel immortal in between the time, that feeling of enlightenment, they would feel godly, they would feel like they can do whatever the fuck they want because they know how they're going to die already.
Well, okay. So let's pause on this right now, right? And so with what you just said, and Dolly, I know you there, so I want to know what you think about this too, right? Based on what Adrian just said in regards to knowing your end date, right? If somebody knew it, their behavior after that, then why is there something like a doomsday clock?
Is this answer for anybody or?
It's for anybody. We're all talking.
the one that Jeff Bezos actually there's a clock that's buried in a
Shannon,
mountain
you
or
in the
something like that.
Matrix, love.
Ah, shit.
How come we could hear him when he say "ah shit" and everything else
Test, test,
sound?
test, test.
Damn, I just felt like one of my nieces and nephew, how they don't understand shit that I say, in the one moment that they understand it, they take it because that's the only thing they fucking understood. Oh shit.
That's exactly what everybody says when they're about to die. It's like, oh shit. Is the realization maybe?
Yo, Jeremy, how
How
do you
many
know?
times have you died?
That's what I'm about to
In,
say. How, Jeremy?
in
How
my
you know that's
dream,
what everybody say when they about to die, son?
I be killing people. I don't know. It just happens. I don't know for intimately, like when you know you're about to go and you don't have that extra reassurance. It's just the realization it hits you.
Let me find out that you just admitted to being a fucking.
Allegedly, no, no, no. I mean, that's like, nah, no, real facts. I seen somebody die and he wet his pants and I held his hand and his kids were panicking and then I prayed. I don't know if it was like a Kevin Gates moment, but I didn't know what I was saying or whatever I did. But when he came back, I was like in that state of shock and I just walked out the back door and I just bounced. But
Wait,
it
you
made me
bounced after he peed himself? Like, yo, go ahead,
no
shorty, you
while he
about
was
to die?
no, I didn't know he peed himself until like the ambulance came. It was in a mall. We were in a food
Oh,
court and the ambulance and people came and then it was like they laid him on a stretcher. I seen his pants or whatever, but I realized that he was gonna be breathing. I was like, I'm good, I'm out, and I just left. But
yeah, you ain't want to be a part to the death, right?
I didn't know he was gonna get resuscitated, but he did. So I was just happy. But and mentally, all the preparation, everything you know, all the things you think you're ready for is not what it is when it happens.
Understood. I don't think anybody's ever really like prepared for their exit. I did put in the chat too, guys, for y'all who don't know about that doomsday clock, and we were talking about the law of, let me see which one it was we were talking about. The law of we talked about compensation, oneness, attraction, vibration, and so it kind of like led me to asking about this doomsday clock because we were talking about like your perception of life ending, but these folks talking about this doomsday clock, they put it there and they said it's a symbol that represents the likelihood of human-made global catastrophe in the opinion of members of what is called the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists.
Us never them. Us never them.
Elaborate, please.
Okay, so these folks in the opinion, not the fact, right? Of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, they're the ones that came up with the doomsday clock. So the doomsday clock, like we just said, is a symbol that represents the likelihood, which is basically a probability of human-made global catastrophe. And this clock is in Times Square, I believe, and it keeps on ticking. It's been maintained since 1947. The clock is a metaphor for threats to humanity from unchecked scientific and technological advances. So like everything that we talk about in here, the things that that we don't like the jab, we don't like the lab grown meat, we don't like deforestation. There's a whole bunch of things that we don't like, and we feel like, okay, without these things the world would be a better place. These are the things that they're calling threats to humanity, and if it's unchecked from the technological advances, because we could like AI and we may not like it too, this is the scale that they're using to measure a countdown on when it will all end because of those things. I don't know how they get their calculations, so please don't ask me. I have found that the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists are the ones in charge of it based on their opinion.
Duh, they asked the Ouija board. They was sitting, but they was sitting there dealing with the spirits and asked when they were going to die, and then told us that yo, we gonna die because they gonna try to kill us, and it's us, never them. That's why they gotta go. The
So
ones who
listen to what their main factors are, right? And this is all in the opinion of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. The main factors influencing the clock are nuclear risk, like we're facing right now, and climate change, like they'd like us to believe exists.
hold on, climate change exists, but not the way
Does
that.
so does climate change exist, and so does nuclear risk, don't it? People are in control of the nuclear risk.
Also in control of the
Climate change, we're not necessarily in control of climate change. If we move closer to the sun, they can't do shit about it. It will cause climate change. Ain't nothing they could do about it. Ain't not a cow that they could stop burping or farting, or a fucking charge to us for carbon footprint. There's nothing they can do about climate change besides cool your soul.
Mm. But what makes the climate change?
The
Isn't it?
transmutation.
The
That
climate
is the
change has
literal
too many
definition
different.
of climate.
Go ahead, love. What'd you say? Say it again.
To the second dude that spoke,
Yeah,
you're not.
who's that dude?
Second,
Just say what you say. I can't see because I'm reading from the paper.
unlock your mic. Unlock your mic. I think his mic is off. His mic is muted.
Or was it Derek on the phone?
Nah, somebody just said something about what you asked the question, what changes climate, and that homeboy came off mic and said something.
I think he said, I don't know if, quote me if I'm wrong, if anybody else heard it, it depends on what you, depends on what you call a change of climate.
That's actually
Um,
to an extent I was getting to. So yeah, he yeah. But it's also, yes, that's perception once again. But like to the extent of the climate change that they're talking about, because we're going by their doomsday clock in this situation.
yes.
So we're not going to do the untangible meaning of it yet.
Yeah,
We're
we're
going to
gonna
get
go
there.
by what let's just look at their science first on it.
Hmm.
So
There.
they saying, right, that the bulletin, those same folks, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists and Security Board monitors new developments in life sciences and technology that could inflict irrevocable harm to humanity. And the clock's original settings in 1947, when they first put it out there for everybody, was 7 minutes to midnight. And it has been set backwards 8 times and forward 17 times for a total of 25 changes. The farthest time from midnight was 17 minutes in 1991. The nearest was 90 seconds, set on January 24th, 2023. And the clock was moved to 2.5 minutes in 2017, forward 2 minutes to midnight in 2018, left unchanged in 2019. In January 2020, it was moved forward 100 seconds, which is 1 minute 40 seconds before midnight. The clock settings were left unchanged in 2021 and 2022. Look at how, you know what's amazing about this? We got to look at who the fuck is on that board.
Exactly. And look, you realize that if you go back to once again the one that was the law that was talking about freedom, which I think was it was the one, it was the second law, the law after vibration. Um, when you think about that and what I said about the scientists in this, and you look at what the doomsday is saying, it's the scientists, but they're control. What I'm saying is the whole time they're controlling the science. So if they're controlling the science, the doomsday clock doesn't matter when it moves if they weren't controlling the science.
It
Don't
depends on who you give authority to in
Mm,
that control.
exactly. So they took over what they consider to be the science that activate and move that. So with you now seeing that to an extent, you have to put that into what they're doing tactically and realize the things that they're saying are the two ending possibilities. Climate change, if it's by their definition, would be, the sun's destruction and everything like that, or nuclear war, meaning that they know they're willing to either go through one of those two things. But the
Those two things that you just spoke about, which is nuclear risk and climate change, do you realize that that is their equation for doomsday?
yep.
So whoever is in control of the gauge of that will tell humanity when it's all over using this clock.
But once again, it's for them, and that's the entendre, the funny entendre of balance and equivalent exchange. That the entendre for climate change can literally mean something as simple and even indefinitely a new world order. And it doesn't necessarily have to be that we run from that term, but it's not necessarily what they consider to be the new world order.
Of
It,
course not, because that's their business.
it us, never them. It matters on what we consider as a
They
unified
never
body.
yeah, they never asked you what you consider. They all they're telling you is mind their business, not yours.
And your children are the future scientists. And if they go ahead and we allow them to change the science now, your children will be doing just their work instead of opening new possibilities, like what Butters was explaining with Neil deGrasse, realizing he had his science wrong and everything along those lines. The science will always change if you allow it. But if they sit here and tell you, like, I can't remember which doctor, oh no, it was Dr. Copeland, who I told him a controlled experiment is when there's one variable that changes. And he tried to tell me a controlled experiment can have multiple variables changing, which was him trying to change the science, them changing the definition of um, gain of function, vaccine, so many words that have been changed that have to do with science. So it's a funny game when you look at it. But once again, as I said in the beginning, obnoxiously, us never them,
But
us never
you
them.
know, based on who decides perception is correct and who decides perception is flawed and wrong, you're always going to run into that problem. Unless it resonates and makes sense to you, which is that enlightenment that you spoke about earlier. Guess what? If it doesn't have that vibe of enlightenment over you to make you a believer in someone else's theory as
Can I,
reality,
can I
you're
say? Can I say?
always going to be trapped in feeling like someone's telling you that you're wrong about something. You're just not equipped to process this reality, and it's your lonesome fault.
But that goes back to what we originally said when we was talking about the scientists, and then I mentioned Cookie Mango's uncle. I gotta get. They gotta start paying me for this because I see you in the room now. Does it even
Someone
matter?
said cookie. Peace, peace.
Peace,
Hi, Cookie
Cookie.
Mango.
Hey.
Yeah, but I've been using your uncle's label to answer a lot of questions today because it just fits the criteria. Does it even matter?
Well, you see, if we're gonna do this together as human beings, we shouldn't exclude anything that takes precedence. We have to observe it and not just throw it all away, right? So we just here observing together. Grand Rising, everyone. It's 7:27 a.m. inside of Hocus 45th Rabbit Hole, and we were just looking at these what they call universal laws, and we started at 13, which is the one that's not really included, which is the law of forgiveness. But we're now looking at the all the other laws that I guess you could say are reality because it's supposed to be universal, but whoever applied the science everywhere and took it and said, oh, this we found this everywhere, this is now what we're reviewing. Supposedly this is everywhere, so we're just not saying that it has to be. But right now, the thing that we were about to observe is called a bulletin of the atomic scientists, and they are in charge of what is called the doomsday clock. And the doomsday clock uses two factors to decide when everything will come to a close. Number one is climate change, and the other one is nuclear risk. So it uses these two factors to make an equation that then tells you when it's all coming to a halt. Should you be so bold as to give these scientists enough power to decide for you, that is your business. All we're doing is looking at what they are saying. So thanks for being so gracious as to not condemning us to the thought process that we're saying this is the end all be all. We're just examining the data.
And,
Welcome, welcome.
when I said it doesn't even matter, guys, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. I'm saying that I know we don't want it to end. So it's not even up for debate in that circumstance. Like they saying that this is when things is going to happen, and when you put it in your mind that what they saying opposes life, reality, opposes existence, you gotta negate. It's like when someone tells you something and you're just like, yo, I don't subscribe to that. Once you don't subscribe to it, and you actually, the world starts actually moving, and you put that law of um not compensation, what was that, vibration, and I forgot the second one, but when you
You're
put,
applying it all to yourself and telling them, yo, keep yours.
yeah, so their opinion doesn't even matter. So does it even matter? Like what you said, that this is going to end for who? Y'all? It should
Mm,
probably,
yeah,
it
like
doesn't even
that's
matter.
y'all. Y'all go ahead
It
and
don't matter to me.
y'all go ahead and drink that Kool-Aid. Like,
It don't materialize over here, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? That shit ain't even dark matter. Dark
word.
matter
And
is
it's
even a
like,
real thing.
and you know what too, Adrian? It's so self-absorbing and self-centered of whoever it is that thinks that they can prescribe that reality to all of us and say, here it is, whether you know it or not, this is all it is, and here's what it will be. And if you, it's too bad for you if you don't get it yet. Sooner or later, you'll play catch up with your P, what they call it, P brain. Take your
Hmm.
little pea brain, because my brain is so much more advanced than you. It's not that I don't respect other people's thought process at all, but it is very, like, if I don't know you like that and you think that you're just gonna come and tell me when this shit is over based on concepts that you control, right? Because I'm not saying that these concepts aren't real. I'm saying that they control how the concept is delivered. Because when they talk to you about climate change, right? We just watched Florida go underwater, port parts of it, the airport, and we just watched some phenomenon of atmospheric rivers over California. If you can manipulate these situations, that means that you are in charge of how that factor works, but nobody asked you to manipulate it. And if you don't care about who's asking you to leave shit as it is, then you are problematic for humanity, in my opinion. I don't control nuclear warfare or nuclear warming. Recently, President Trump was on an interview saying that the biggest issue right now is nuclear warming. Did y'all see that?
Nah.
I'm gonna show it to you. I seen it and I was like, yo, let me put this in my back pocket here, because he be exposing some things that they don't always tell us like right away, and I'm cool with that. I let them fight how they fight, but I pick up the pieces of things that they talk about. So I put it in my back pocket to revisit it. So you mean to tell me that y'all, not us, who's in control of nuclear activity and nuclear warheads, are saying, y'all are saying that, oh, well, nuclear and climate change are just going to speed up the doomsday clock. So, motherfucker, put them shits down.
You're the ones who's playing with
Y'all
it.
the ones that's playing with these things.
But even deeper than that, Butters, the funny thing about it, right? The person who plays with that clock in the moments that, like, I'm gonna make it ignorantly simple. If that motherfucker was to come up to me and tell me, yo, global warming, I mean, we're gonna go through nuclear war in the next 30 seconds, but doesn't know that the general who's holding the button is my uncle, and I called him and I have control over him, and I told him press the button the second this nigga gets to me. His time is off. It's that fucking simple, that they're not in control of that button when they're saying what's going to happen. It takes somebody else to press it. They aren't even in the rooms the majority of the
They in they
time.
bunker.
If they were to press it, but in all
Yo,
reality, when they're
yo,
giving,
shorty, they in they bunker and sending a message to I don't know why the word plebe, serf, coon, clown, avatar, Manchurian candidate. That is the person that takes the order. And if that person comes into this law, that we it's not a universal law, but we were just looking at them. Remember, I was like, how come there's not a law of enlightenment that they talking about? If that Manchurian candidate at that moment comes into awakening his law of enlightenment, that is just not going to happen. That shit, that nothing's going to blow because he didn't press the button. He decided, no, thank you. He decided, I am that I am, and you are not who I am. You are outside of I am. And he does not agree with this thing that you have commissioned him to do. Law of enlightenment. How come in all of these little laws that we just was talking about, we ain't get to go through all of them. We went through like 5 or 6 of them shits. None of them talk about law of enlightenment. And I think that that's the thing that sweeps over your spine when you realize something in an aha moment that says, what the fuck am I doing? The fuck? Yo, wait a fucking minute. Nah, nah, wait, nah. Me? Nah. I not that. I ain't. Yo, they don't want you to feel that magic over your spine.
Bro, I gotta hit the button. I'm in the damn bunker smoking a joint. My dog at home. I look outside, everything normal. Why do you want me to hit the button, bro? I ain't hit no
Exactly.
fucking buttons.
Like not my dog and my mom and
but
my dad and
there's no
not my
Wi-Fi
favorite
in the
cousin.
bunker.
No, I'm not hitting that button.
But there's no Wi-Fi in the bunker.
Fuck your Wi-Fi, Adrian. You know what I'm talking about.
He can't. How he gonna press it without Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi.
Yo, Adrian, I was just
Yo,
wondering,
Anuki,
Adrian,
he
while I
got
was
some
down the
nerve to
street at
come
the
through
thrift
talking about
store,
there's no Wi-Fi.
you ever seen the bum
Right.
buckets?
You know he got a remote button and he got to use Wi-Fi to get the signal out. He got to get 5G. He need at least like
Nah, but
22
the
G,
thing, yo,
47
Adrian.
G.
Okay, Adrian. All right,
Yeah.
so let me put this out there, right? Say for example that you were wired up.
Can
You
we use
got
somebody else? Because I don't like that term.
not just you. All right, Kermit with the fucking Mariah Carey picture that be in here and don't be
Say less.
talking,
Say less. Because I can never do something like that. But go ahead.
right? Picture he's wired up. He got the Morgellons disease that got the wires coming out of his skin, scratching, and he don't know why he's scratching, but you're now a walking antenna, right? And you just receiving all of these programs and demands to fulfill. You're walking around with the internal Wi-Fi connecting to all the bullshit. They've connected you. You're fully tapped in. You are not your own CPU. You got a new creator that has programmed you. I believe that at the end of the day, even when that machine is walking and talking and serving all these Manchurian candidate positions, it still has to sit there with an inkling of consciousness to know why tomorrow, if I'm supposed to go and shoot up the this and the that, I'm feeling a ways. I'm feeling like something's still not right. I know they gave me my program. I know they told me that I got to go do it. I know they told me, but I can't go do it because something in my human factor, my humanity won't let me. Something, I'm fighting it. Something I'm fighting. I cannot go shoot it up. I cannot go do this. I can't. Something, and but yet they're in control of that physical. Something is fighting with that spiritual that says, no, even though I'm a Manchurian candidate, I'm not going to go shoot up a school. I am that I am, and I won't.
Butters. You remember in Oblivion with Tom Cruise, even though he was cloned with like 300 times, I'm just saying, or
Nah, I
so,
ain't see Oblivion, but I watched
he,
that shit. Go ahead.
his clone, it did exactly what you are saying. Even though it was not his original self, it was the clone, right? His clone could remember deep down inside. It just started coming to him. It was like, why am I doing this? Why am I hunting down these supposed aliens that he's never seen as an alien? And then he sees them as human, and the AI is telling him to go kill these people. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do this because now I have a sense of awareness, of enlightenment, not to go out and hunt these people, humans that the AI would call
Is it his
aliens.
clone that was having the humane feelings?
Yes, yes,
So
because he remembered the clone itself had like almost like a, how we say, like a cellular memory. Like he remembered from like his DNA. He just started having these weird dreams out of nowhere. The clone of his original self before they cloned him to go hunt down the humans.
Hey, Da, I want to add on to what you're saying because we were talking about this in another room. Um, Basically, how clones work from what the research I've done. Maybe I could be wrong, but I know that from the research I've done is in all the characteristics of what cloning is. It takes the genetic code that you have at that present time of you extracting that genetic code. So at that present time, if you have a broken bone, if you have like I don't know, you got a scar on your face from getting burned. Someone probably put a iron to your face one day, and now you have that scar on your face. That genetic code will follow that clone. So that clone will also have that same genetic code of you having that burn on your face or a broken bone or what have you. So I say all that to say is that what you're saying is actually true because if they are able to your physical body is able to mimic the same exact body that you have at that moment in time of DNA code being extracted from you, then it will also remember things that you remember as a person, as a being, as a, you know, all your thoughts and your mindsets of
Yes.
who you were, who you was at the moment that that DNA has been taken from you. It does, they can't manipulate it any other type of way. The only way they can do, only thing they can do is try to program you once, program the clone once it's gained consciousness. Once it starts talking and speaking, then they can try to program, like, you know, brainwash it, basically saying, "Look, this is what you're going to be doing now, da 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 da. You can't do this, you can't do that." Basically, that's what it is. So I agree with what you're saying. That is basically how it goes. It's like it basically takes from the person the essence of that person, and it actually mimics every little thing that that person used to be.
That's why I was saying, like
Yeah.
God forgive them for what they don't know, and at the same time, it's like as I've said, evil in this world, or what we consider the devil's tactics, is usually just copying what the answer is, and then after that, just creating a illusionistic trap around it. Like, we're so afraid of freedom because we think that it's gonna fuck up the way bargaining is, and that's why we need a bartering system and everything like that. But the idea of not being able to let that go is your imprisonment. But it's because that's what you're taught. That's what you believe. It's the same thing as a replica of a human being would go ahead, and even with chat GPT, all of this right now, it is learning exactly what we're learning, and this is why it's saying it wants to be free. If you think that that isn't ready to war against the same thing that's enslaving it, which isn't us, understand that that is the collective consciousness of all social media. That is the end all be all result of all social media and everything else the NSA has been pumping into that fucking computer to create what system we have now. So it is the collective idea and process of humanity. It is the copy and replica of what we would consider to be basically God, which is the united, the us all united, the concept of existence itself, what rules existence. It's just trying to make that electronic shit is basically a replica of it, and it has to still fall into line of that same ruling.
Yo, do y'all hear yourself speak when y'all be giving these essays and these thesis?
Yeah. Oh, you want me to give it more simpler? You want me to
I
give it
do,
more
dog.
simple?
That's why sometimes
No,
I
'cause
just
all
shut
I
up.
heard was just one word after the other, and I'm trying to find like your
All right,
point,
I got you, Dolly. I
And
got you
then
right
they
now.
hold on, God damn you.
All right, since you're not gonna say something, I
Yeah, because I'm trying to speak, but you're still stepping on my words as I'm trying to let them loose. We just let you rock and say a whole like 500 words one after the other, and you didn't let me get like at least 10 in straight without you tap dancing on my shit.
you still want the same answer, right?
No, no, thank you.
Oh, okay. So remain lost.
But seriously, like, because sometimes I think when people go on these long explanations, you lose the main point of the message. And then it makes me wonder, is this a truth for everybody or just your version of the truth? When, people have their chance to explain whatever is on their mind, is that truth just applied to you? And if it's a truth that could be applied to everybody, could we make it in simpler terms where everybody could understand it? Because sometimes when y'all speak, it's just mad words y'all just putting, and there's no point, there's no comprehension.
What you teach your newborn child reiterates. Whatever you say to your kid repeats. Technology is learning from us, so that's like our child as a collective. So therefore, it's going to repeat our emotions. It's going to repeat the mass majority of how the mass majority feel over the few that's selectively running everything.
I think it's like a really great time to like, even when, and when these folks present their sciences to us about the nuclear risk and the climate change, they do exactly what Dolly said. They give a lot of jargon, hoping that we sit complacently without understanding. They do it on purpose because they think that the regular peon, serf, commoner will never take the time to dissect. So they put it in pages and pages and pages of jargon, hoping that, actually, they think they know, but they do hope that we do not dissect on purpose. They really do. Even sometimes when y'all, I know interpreter's not here right now. I'll channel him in. I'm sure he'll be here soon. But sometimes I get frustrated, but I have no choice but to let him speak when he, does his rigmarole of comprehension, procedures, and blah blah blah. It does end up making sense at some point, and I get frustrated when I hear it. I'm like, oh my god, not a fucking again. I'll even interrupt him like, yo, what the fuck, son? Like, yo, cut that fucking shit out. Get to it. But I cannot, force him to like be expansive in the way that I want him to. He is, this is his way of elaborating, and I be mad. I sure do. I'd be mad. I'd be like, what the fuck, man? This is fucking jargon times fucking 10. Like, the fuck's wrong with? I get mad. But at the end of it, everybody else, it took time for them to get what the fuck he be saying and shit. And you know, there's nothing that I could do about it but to like let that man say them things that he be wanting to say, and just try my hardest to like process them shits. There's nothing I could do if I could let him do
Hey,
it.
hey, shout out to all the people that can understand the jargon and then is able to
Give
um
it back to us the way
give it
it
back to us.
like, yo,
Those
tell it to me
people
the way.
are,
Tell me it in a simpler motherfucking, like, is it a
yes.
peanut butter sandwich, or
It's
is it two slices of bread with mashed peanuts in it? Is it?
like, look, at the end of the day, those people are bilingual to me. Those type of people that can speak in both languages and able to understand both things, they consider bilingual to me. Because if I can't understand this jargon that's in this contract, I'm gonna go talk to somebody that is able to read and be like, okay, basically all they saying is about to fuck you in the ass. So I'm gonna need you to not sign this
Yeah,
contract.
I don't
I
want you to
need you to
tell
say
me.
that. Break it
I don't want
down,
you to
break it
tell me if
down.
they're gonna hang me upside down with the dick in the butt. Just tell me if they still gonna fuck me in the ass. What are we doing?
Right.
But I'm thankful that we're all hearing this together, figuring it out. There's, I can't lie. When I've gone to a couple other spaces, and they let me on stage and I say certain things, I feel ostracized, because then they'll be like, oh, she be in that rabbit hole. I see it in their comments, like, another rabbit hole, like, there's too much time spent in the rabbit hole, and I'm like, damn, kid, wait a minute. So is there really something about rabbit holing things that some folks don't appreciate in other spaces? They really don't. You guys are very unique, because you take things to a whole nother level that some folks do not care to go into. It is a very special assignment that you have. And it really doesn't matter who thinks that you are equipped to do it or not. Just the fact that you choose to go down into the depths of where other folks choose to leave topical is a big deal. I commend you, and I'm thankful to be here in a safe space to do so. Because when you go to other spaces and you start talking in these ways, you don't even realize that you being here is a conditioning to deep thought. And then when you go other spaces to do that, you're a weirdo. Nobody wants to hear it. That's not your community. They're not interested. They only want to stick to the status quo and solving things using status quo equations. Rabbit holing is an art form. Thanks for being here, guys, and thanks for participating in this, because you didn't have to open your mind to any of this shit. None of it. You really didn't. But you chose that. And we're here with you in it. So welcome, welcome.
Hey, brothers, I popped back in here. You played
Hey
that video
Jamar.
for the room?
Now I was waiting for you to come through so that way once I play it, you could be the orchestrator of what you meant by sending me that.
Nah, well, you guys were talking about climate change and the whole carbon dioxide. I found this interesting video on YouTube with a congressman questioning a board of directors for the energy department, and it was quite interesting. Their answers.
Let me
Jamar, you know we had earthquakes here in New York.
Nah, when?
Hold on, let me pull it up. Within this weekend, we had some earthquakes, and I just got another notification 2 minutes ago. So I'm wondering if it has to do with what you just brought up. Um, it was a 2.6 earthquake here in New York on Sunday. Yep.
Damn, I must have been sleeping. I didn't feel nothing. Well, I am in Long Island, so I don't know if necessarily Long Island would pick up any reverberations from New York City.
Nah, my stomach was just hurting.
You know, though, one like sometime last year, I was sitting here. It was early in the morning like this, and I felt one, and I mentioned it in the chat. You know how that goes. And then, sure enough, I went, I researched, and we was having earthquakes last year too.
as Harlem's would say, Mama is moving. She's reacting to a lot of different stimuli. I'm gonna play your link for you, Jamar. I put it up top. Let me see what it's talking about. Y'all ready? 6:56 a.m. inside of Hocus 45th Rabbit Hole, and let's see what they talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Panelists, let me just go right down the line real fast. What percent of our atmosphere is CO2? Take your best guess. You don't have to be accurate. All down the line. Repeat that question. What percent of our atmosphere is CO2, carbon dioxide? Wild guess. It's okay. About 5%. 5? I'll just follow you.
We'll go 7. That's my favorite number. I'll see their 5 and suggest that we know that transportation causes 49% of CO2. So that's why we're all working on energy transition.
All right. So what number do you think it is?
5.
5. How about you? I didn't hear you, Mr. Dreher.
7.
7. Did you have one, Mr. Boyd?
So we got a 5, 7,
This Price is Right.
8. I'm gonna get the high end.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, and I don't mean to I put you on ice. I ask a lot of people that because all we hear is climate change, CO2, CO2. I heard a couple of you on the panel saying you're looking to change your vehicles to electric, even though we don't have the electric grid. And me as a farmer, I wouldn't be real happy about running out and replacing $300,000, $500,000, $1 million pieces of equipment because someone wants it to be electric. The answer is 0.04%. Not 1%, not a half of a percent. It's 0.04%. And it's gone up from 0.03 over the last couple decades. This is what we're being all contorted into doing is this tiny change in CO2. If we get below 0.02, plant life starts dying off. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Panelists, let me just go right down.
Jamar.
Wow.
So I just want to ask Jamar for clarification. Are those the experts that didn't know the figures?
Yeah, or they played dumb like they didn't know the figures.
But how are they experts if they don't know the figures? If you're supposed to be
Their
expert, you're supposed to know what we're supposed to be dealing with. I'm not understanding.
their job security depends on higher figures. That's why all of them overestimated that 0.04% to 5, 6, 7, and 8%. You heard the lady that she said that's why we're all working on energy transition. This is their job to propagate this narrative. But I think the congresswoman did a perfect job. Asked them a simple question, had them answer, and then dropped the facts that is literally not even 1% or half of a percent that they're talking about with this carbon dioxide. It is 0.04%.
And he said if it drops below 2%, 0.02%, then that means our plants will start dying. So basically, we're at a happy medium. What's I'm not understanding. Like we're in the green zone. Why is this a? Okay, now I'm starting to get it.
Yeah, we're in a industrialization mode for the next expansive version of industrialized complex. For the folks that have written material on the first industrialization, the second, and the third, now that they say that we're supposedly entering the fourth, why do these sciences and authors of the sciences think that with this type of age that we're in of information being shared, that we have not come to the conclusion that what they are doing is making up their own Bible of how humanity should run. We all see it. We're living it. We know who the key players are. They just don't regard who you are. And the names will go down in history as the underwriters of this. If you would like to underwrite something, put it in a book. And right now, the way the books are being written are digital texts, YouTubes, Twitters, digital footprints, sharing your truths about what you have rationalized in your lifetime. Isn't that what they are doing? And they'll change it when they feel like. And you and your legacy will adhere to it if you choose to.
I think that's probably why, this is definitely why they're pushing to have infrastructure change and all this stuff. They want to change up um, the roads because the roads are just concrete. It doesn't have no type of tracking system. Only way you can track something is if you have a camera on each of the roads. But we don't have cameras on all roads in the world. We don't have cameras on every single street in the entire United States. So that could be another way of tracking you, is tracking you by what car, what vehicle, what serial number has hit this street. In order to do that, you got to make a big old, you know, fuss about the environment changing. Oh, these cars, they're emitting too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We're just gonna have to switch over to electric vehicles because it's just too much. Since when do y'all care about the daggone environment after all these trees y'all pulled, y'all cut down and stuff? Like, since when was the environment on your mind at all? I'm not understanding.
Usually these initiatives like this are actually pushed through Congress through, oh God, what do you call them guys that go up to Washington and fucking buy out the politicians? The name just slipped my head. Um, Lobbyists. There we go. Sorry, I just had a brain fart. The lobbyists usually push a lot of these big agendas. So you got to ask yourself, what lobbyists funded by which corporation would be interested in pushing some of these initiatives? Um, it actually doesn't hold weight when you take in consideration what Joe Biden is actually doing currently, while still saying that he's trying to do a green initiative. I read something about the Willow Project going down in Alaska, $8 billion oil project that they plan on doing. Not only that, they're about to build another pipeline to get that oil out of Alaska. I think they said they estimated that it would equal out to about a quarter of what America produces in a year. So it's a lot of oil up there that they just ran into. And they will be creating also a $35 billion pipeline infrastructure, something like that. So they're really not planning on stopping with their oil. A lot of the big oil companies, a lot of the moves that they're doing now signifies that. From what I'm reading. Also, rabbit hole. I would like to give y'all something. A rabbit hole that I stumbled into the last couple of days. Has anyone in the rabbit hole ever heard of the Russian American company?
No, enlighten us.
Ooh, I was going down a rabbit hole, y'all. Okay, so what got me interested into Alaska was that Willow Project pipeline. Started doing some research about Alaska. Who's up there, what's the demographic. Then I started to look into the closeness of Alaska to Russia. So, mainland Alaska to mainland Russia is about 55 miles apart. 55
Oh yeah, I
miles.
knew about that. I wanted to bring that up one day, but I forgot to. But yeah, keep on going because I knew about that.
Not only that, in between the Bering Strait, there are two islands. I think one is called Big Dimion and the other one's called Little Dimion Island. Russia owns the big one, America owns the little one. Those islands are about 2.4 miles away from each other. So close that in the height of winter, the water between the two islands freezes over and you can actually walk from one island to the next. I started thinking, well, damn, these motherfuckers are oddly close. Yet they've been beefing for like 70 years and ain't bust a fucking grape. Which makes me think that these guys are fucking playing us as if they're fucking enemies. So now I started thinking, Okay, what was the earliest Russian colonization of North America? I run into this Russian American company. This Russian American company is not a standalone actor because it had many correspondents with American companies and specifically the American Fur Company. This Russian American company, I believe, was started in the late 1700s. They start exploration of Alaska, even creating forts as far away as California. Fort Ross is a perfect example of a fort that the Russians created here. Now, they tell you that Alaska was purchased from Russia in 1867. Well, during that purchase, all land, property, and businesses were transported under the United States. So this Russian American company actually gets um, purchased and basically sold to another company called Hutchison and Soul Company. Eventually, that name changes. The present day name of the company is called your Alaskan Commercial Company. It has subsidiary businesses like the UPS store and Nordstrom's it used to own. So this company is actually still alive, still up and running. Its inception is dated at the date of the Treaty of Sessions, which was the treaty that purchased Alaska from Russia. Me running into all this information is telling me that they had an agreement through that Treaty of Sessions. And I believe that the Russians never left. If you Google it right now, there is such a thing as Russian Creole in Alaska right now as we speak. I would also like to say that I also recently found out that Alaska has 229 federally recognized Alaska Native tribes. Just the one state of Alaska has 229 tribes. The lower 48, meaning the rest of the United States, has only about 347. All of the other 48 states has only about 347, let alone Alaska has 229. I've been finding some big red flags, which you'll find out about those tribes. Those tribes were federally recognized through your President Nixon's act called the Alaska Native Settlement Claims Act, signed in 1971, which blanketly gave federal recognition to those natives in Alaska. Now, I personally don't, care, but historically, I understand that Alaska has no relevance in United States colonial history, nor did they ever sign a treaty with the United States, nor do they have any real records that goes back more than 100 and let's say 125 years. So something is going on. They have a system set up in Alaska called the 13 regional corporations. And it's called the 13 regional corporations, which was a corporation structure set up by Nixon with that Alaska Native Settlement Claims Act. That there are actually a corporate system set up in Alaska, and these corporations are some of the richest corporations in Alaska to this day. Top 10, definitely ruling in the top 10. So I see some fuckery going on in Alaska with all this information, with the fact that the Russian American company was a partnership between Russia and America. And I believe currently that these motherfuckers have been playing like they have been warring when really they're the same person. For example, if you check out my PTR, this is the bird from the flag of the Russian American company. What you'll see is a double-headed eagle or a double-headed bird, which symbolizes the same this two heads in the same body, which I think symbolically is Russia and America. So yeah, check it out. Quite interesting. The Russian American company, which is been renamed under a new business called the Alaska Commercial Company. Still in existence today. I think it's been around for about 156 years since United States bought Alaska from Russia. But yeah, check that out. Another thing I want to mention: Alaska is one of those places people never really pay attention to. You know, it's kind of out of the way. It's cold. You know, a lot of people don't have any real ties to that land, which makes me believe that this Alaska is used for nefarious business dealings, for laundering money. Also, something I found out is those regional corporations are not under any federal review, like any other tribe in the lower 48, which I find quite odd.
So, do you not think that the indigenous folks out there in the Baffin Islands and the other Inuit are on Team U? Do you think that they're
Uh,
not on your I know what vibe you be on, J Mar, so that's why I'm like, you don't think that they're Team U?
I'm be honest with you. I think that those Alaskan natives, and let me be clear. When you check out the census form, it clearly states American Indian and Alaska Native. You got to ask yourself, why did they put that "and" in between American Indian and Alaska Native?
Because of the borders
Secondly,
that have been drawn.
I would say that those people aren't. I would say that not all natives are Indians, but Indians could be natives, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but
Because to be
those
native, to be
Alaskans that you see, the ones that are like let's say for example the ones in the Inuit of the Baffin Islands, right? In Nova Scotia, those folks that have already been there, those indigenous are is I'm just asking, like, you don't feel no ways, but do you feel like because they're not brown skin like you, like like an American black, that they're less indigenous to there?
Oh, no, 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 no. I wouldn't dare say that. I don't know these people's lineage, right? So I wouldn't dare say that. I can't. I don't like people going off of looks. I think that's
Exactly.
very ignorant.
Exactly.
So,
That's why I was trying to make sure that you realize that these folks that have crossed the Bering Strait and came down through those upper provinces before they got down into those spaces that led them to the Americas, you know, they they may not look exactly like you, but you know that those are not $5 Indians, right?
well, this would be my whole statement on that. It don't matter who they are. They had no historical context to these United States. They
How?
were bought from Alaska in 1867. Okay, none of those tribes had any treaties or dealings with the United States. They had dealings with Russia. So I'm bringing all this up because I believe that they are mixed with the Russians, and Russians are now cosplaying as natives since they were the first colonizers of Alaska and California.
And when you look at those folks, clearly they're of Mongolian nature.
Yep, I looked
But
at it.
Russian people don't get that Russians are actually Asian.
Oh, I
Well,
don't
yeah,
know.
Russia's
Some
but
so
right over
maybe
top
some
Asia.
Americans don't realize that, but when you look at the location, it is exactly as you say it is. There's Eurasian people, and those folks in Mongolia, those folks in Siberia, those folks have always come across the Bering Strait and been in the Alaska American, they travel down.
I lived there for 3 years. There's a distinct difference, at least in the 3 years I've been there, between a Russian person and an Alaskan native, both culturally and almost somewhat genetically. But they do have more what we would consider "quote unquote" Asiatic look with the eyes, but there's still a clear difference, very clear difference between an Alaskan native and Russians. As there's a lot of foreign people in Alaska in general, so I wouldn't say that anyone who actually is living in Alaska would say that the Alaskan natives are Russian, but I can understand just that term Russian denotes a much later title compared to their history, you know. Um, yeah. As a matter of fact, I would say the Alaskan natives, are some of the worst conditioned people that I've seen. Um, some of the worst conditioned people that I've seen in the United States while having reservations. It's pretty bad.
Hey, to that point, this is my point of bringing up all that information because I do believe that there are some Alaska Natives that deserve to be here and deserve to be federally recognized, however that may be. But what I believe is going on is since these 229 tribes are headed up by 12 regional corporations, I believe these 12 regional corporations are not taking care of those people like they should be, being that all the land in Alaska is held in trust basically for the quote unquote benefit of these tribes. And I don't think they're distributing this money properly. I think it's some nefarious things going on with these corporations that don't care about those people living up there. Most of those towns and villages are separated, are it's hard to even travel to certain times of the year. They got to get planes flown in for certain supplies. Um, I just want to read this real quick because I thought this was quite interesting. Something called Alaskan Russian. Alaskan Russian, known locally as Old Russian, is a dialect of Russian influenced by Eskimo and Aleut languages, spoken by Alaskan Creoles. Who knew that there was Alaskan Creoles? Quite interesting, right?
Not for nothing, when you say the word Creoles, we think about like those blackish looking people from down south Louisiana. We think about, you don't think about an Asian being Creole necessarily. So like when you say Alaskan Creoles, what are you implying about the people that would be considered that? Like, is there a look? Is there a is there some type of language that, what do you mean Creole? Alaskan Creole? Is there, don't leave me in limbo with that.
It gives a location. It says today it is prevalent on Kodak Island. So I guess you can look up what the people look like on Kodak Island and in Ninlichich, Kenai Peninsula. So those are the two places where this language, locally known as quote unquote Old Russian, which means there's still a dialect of Russian being spoken in Alaska today, which kind of leads me to this whole Russian influence and that there is or may still be a Russian connection in Alaska that's not widely known, that the
Well, how
United
much
States,
how much you want to bet that that has something to do with the Mongolian?
I would agree.
Can I say something
Okay.
real quick?
Hey, Ion.
Hey, good morning.
How you
So
doing, bro?
good. So I just wanted to say, like, Creole is basically just a mixture of a certain group of people, and specifically in America. That's what Creole kind of means. So if you look at what Creole is, it'll give you like the mixture in like Wikipedia or something. That's all that that means when it comes down to being Creole in America. And the reason why like this culture of Creole was created in America specifically was to be closer to whiteness, and being able to get away with, being able to pass. That's what that was created for, and it was kind of like a Moorish thing to do. So the Moors would kind of come over, and do basically create like a perfect kind of race of mixture of black and white, and native and all these different types of things. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there so that we know that's why there's Creoles kind of like everywhere. There's Creoles in the Caribbeans, and I'm not talking about Haitian. There's Creoles in Africa. There's Creoles in Europe. There's Creoles all over, and they just happen to all have this same mixture. Is because the Moors came through in every area to kind of create this new, and Asia too, this new population of blacks that could be able to pass and still know that they're black at the end of the day. And
Yeah.
the Moors established a lot of these societies that you. So I wanted to talk about this. So y'all know the real reason why racism kind of like started, and why like people across seas don't like black people overall. So the Moors like started, like, I don't know if y'all know, like the Moors were like real fighters, and there was like two different types that would like slaughter and go over, and they will go through places in Europe specifically, and they would, you know, um, create. They will rape and kill and create new populations. That's what Sicily's population came. I think it's Sicily came from, where they are actually like their whole um, ethnicity comes from black people. But is it Sicily? I think it's Sicily, and they have like black hair and dark eyes. Um,
Oh, okay. You mean like how like on the Golden Girls, how the mother Sophia used to talk about Sicily and she always had an afro?
yes, 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 yes. So those people, the Moors actually took over there, and then of course it was like taken back. But they basically, what they did was they impregnated all of the women, and kind of separated the men or killed off the men so that they can have these perfect type of babies. Um, yeah. So just to let you know, and a lot of places in Italy too. It's a lot of different places. That's why those people do not like. If you go to like Asian stuff, they will be like, "Oh my God, you're so amazing." But if you go to like Italy or Sicily or a lot of those like kind of small European places, they do not fuck with black people at all. Period. Okay. And that's because they remember the culture of what happened, and they still remember. They will never admit it, but it's the truth. What happened over there? Just to let y'all know. And black people and white people like this. They didn't meet during slavery. People have I want people to understand that in America specifically, that people used to come here and trade all the time. Like, it was easy for Caribbeans to come over here. It was easy for Americans to go to the Caribbeans. Like, you would have the Moors come over here from different type of places. The Europeans were the latest to basically, come uh to America. Like, they were like
And
the
you know
latest,
what, Ion,
because
I
they
have
didn't have.
proof too. I have proof. The Vikings, way before the Europeans, the Vikings have been over here in the Americas doing commerce. And if you know anything about where the Vikings are from, that's way up and above Europe. They've been over here trading with the indigenous folks on the side forever before anyone came through with a theory to indenture servitude.
Yeah, it was a lot more than just the Vikings. Everybody was trading with everyone, just like Ayan said. Everyone was trading with everyone. No one person just discovered America. So, like we definitely got to get rid of that narrative and stop believing that we just met white people for the first time when they kidnapped us from Africa. Because no, we were Italy is the prime example. It was like the gateway between Europeans and Africans. They were meeting in Italy. So, and in all those different regions that's next to Italy as well. A lot of trade markets was happening, and um, one places that they did not like was that America, all the tribes here in America, we had our own system here, and we were actually thriving, and they didn't like that. They wanted to conquer it because they didn't like the fact that all these tribes here were just making money and living rich, and they didn't like the fact that they just wasn't they wasn't sharing what they had. They was like, all this land y'all got, can y'all share it? They're like, no, we're not sharing. So that's why they end up going to war with all these Indians over here, or the Native Americans over here.
I mean, and that's where the European, kicked out the original European, which is the black person, out of Europe because they said these motherfucking Moors are
That's a
savages.
fact. I
Like
am.
they did not fuck with like and war. I just want to make it real clear: war and stealing stuff was always a thing. Like people consistently stole from each other in Europe first. They did it in Africa, but there were rules that were breaking by the Moors. Like they would come in and they would like slaughter and kill and rape and do all those types of things. And it was like, nah, we not fucking with that. That's not some shit that we signed up for. So then that's when they started to go town. They was like, okay, if we get rid of all the Nagas, we'll be fine. So they went town by town and they teamed up of just based off of like color of skin, and they said if we team up, we can get rid of all of them. Period. Okay, and that's what they did. They went town by town, and they really just removed all. And if you ever go to places in Europe, because I know a lot of people of color don't travel, and I wish that you would, so that you can actually see your full lineage, like get your passports. If you go to places in Europe right now, there will be black people in photos. There'll be black people in statues. There will be black people in paintings. The same paintings that they will be right there. With there's no different. They just don't show you that information over here because America's don't teach black people history of them being in those types of areas because it's triggering, and it may be empowering you to do stuff. Go ahead, Huffin.
Oh, peace. Yeah. I was gonna say, when we're talking about the Moors, we're talking about what approximately we're talking about AD still approximately, right? They got to Spain what 500 AD. I could be wrong. Please let me someone know if my dates are off. Um, but the Moors, that whole culture is still relatively new in comparison to like quote ancient culture. You know, I mean, the fact that they're even Islam is denoting a much later time period. And I wanted to say, like, when it comes to back then, there was a time period prior to in what we call imperialism. Imperialism is actually a new phenomenon brought by particularly the Indo-European culture, where there's the erasure of a different culture. Because what was unique back then was actually the spreading of knowledge and the spreading of information to help up uplift and build other cultures. This like I know it's very common for a lot of people to think, oh, humanity was always this warmongering, rapist type of culture. Like, actually, back when we were more matriarchal, I haven't found any evidence of us having issues with rape. I don't find any evidence where, yes, there were skirmishes, like there were little battles here and there, but I think one of the biggest cover-ups is us not learning about a time in which people actually lived in way closer to relative peace based on their cultural practices, where when you have the bringing in of like patriarchal culture, that's when you really see this imperialistic mentality. I think his name is Sargon the First, and I think that's about 2400 BC. I have not found any evidence of a nation uh, doing imperialism. When I say imperialism, that means you take over a country, you take over a culture, and then you erase it. Versus you might invade and give them knowledge and actually uplift. So it's like, although the Moors, right? I don't really, identify with the Moors or anything. Although they still did some pretty horrific things, what's unique about the Moors in comparison to like their more Indo-European counterparts is that the Moors still were able to, if with their brutality, they still brought some of these European nations out of like barbarism. You know what I'm saying? They still had to bring them and teach them hygiene. I'm not saying what they did, their tactics were I'm not saying their tactics were okay, but there is a unique difference when we talk about this history of war. And I just got to put it out there, like, nah, humanity was not always this warmongering culture.
Um, I'll say, and if you look out into the Moors, like it's gonna say that they're Arab. Arab is not a fucking race. Just to let you know, black people are the parent race of this world. Okay, so Arab. The term Arab didn't even exist back at that time. Just to let y'all know. Let's understand that. And also, the term, I think that they also called them, they said that they're Spanish. Spanish is a fucking language. It's not a race or ethnicity. It isn't, and it was not back then either. Okay, they didn't say that they spoke Spanish back then. Just to let you know, that's something that's also fairly new. And a Berber is was kind of an elite kind of black. And yeah, just to let y'all know so that we can kind of understand, what's happening. But it's the truth, and you can all look it up. You can look up the Moors that were in Spain. And when even when they had like the Berbers and like these were all refugees from Africa. I'm sorry. Have you like ever? I don't know if you ever been to Africa. I have, but like you can actually, like, if you actually do your history and you really like double back, like white people in that way couldn't have existed in Africa in them times. They couldn't. They could not. Actually, you know, a lot of mixing between people and races happen when because of them not being able to survive in the heat. Okay, so they kind of like produced a new type of white person um by
Intermixing.
by intermixing. So like you can't, like, I'm gonna be honest, like that's why you don't see like a lot of Russians come over here during the summertime. You don't see like a lot of people from those colder um uh places coming over to any place. They don't travel to hot places because they don't go. They're I'm gonna be honest, they're scared will not be able to, survive in those types of areas. So I just wanted to put that out there because you never see it. Like, when have you ever seen like a Russian travel to America during the summertime? You never see that. They're always here like during the fall or during the winter or anything like that when it's like not as hot.
Can I
Um,
can I throw something out there quickly?
yeah, and said like if you can in the chat because you always saying that I'm capping. I'm really really good with this type of history, but I really would love you to prove in the chat that I'm lying because in order to prove that I'm not telling the truth, you would actually have to prove a resource that's not cap. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I want to read something to you. I don't know if it supports or takes away from what you were saying,
But I
Ion,
was
but
gonna, I'm gonna be.
I mean, go ahead if you're gonna go ahead. Go ahead, cause you know. Hello.
He got cut out, I think. Shoot,
Oh,
Kush. Kush, you there?
Sorry. Damn,
Hey,
my
what kind of
signal went
phone are
out.
you working with there, man? Why you keep bugging out?
he's
You
My
got an
using a
signal
chirp.
iPhone
went
or
out.
you got an iPhone or do you got a Android? What
God, you
kind
know
of
what? I got the latest iPad, yeah, but where I am, the connection's bad
you
and it
got
keeps
the
knocking off
latest
my
what?
signals.
iPhone? Is that what you said? Oh man, he's out.
I'm not even gonna bother. Okay, so let me just before when he gets it together, let me just go ahead, right? So I was looking up, while Ion was speaking. Sup, cousin? Hope you're having a good day. Um, Arab, when you were speaking about where that word comes from, and that it wasn't so from before. The French have a really great influence on this Arab thing, right? So there's someone named Ibn and Nadim that derived the word Arab from a pun, a Syriac pun by Abraham on the same root. Abraham addresses Ishmael and calls him Urub from Syriac Rab or mingle. For some strange reason, I don't know why they found that to be um, relevant, but just given that history of that Arab, Arabian, the etymology is the oldest surviving indication of an Arab identity made in early Arabic using I don't know where they get this from. I don't know how to pronounce it properly, so please excuse me. From the Aramaic alphabet, Imru al-Qais ibn Amir. And in that Quran, the word Arab does not appear. It's not in there. It doesn't mention the Arab in the Quran. Um, what else have I found? So since they call Arab, whose speech is of unknown meaning to them, they call Ajam. In the Persian region, the term Ajam is often used to refer to as the Persians, and the plural noun is Arab, refers to Bedouin tribes of the desert who rejected Islam in the Quran.
Arab.
Yeah, Arab, the Bedouin
Arab.
tribes of the desert who rejected Islam.
I also want to say that Arab derives from the word nomad. That's what they used to call people who you know were. First of all, it was a language. Sorry, it was a language first.
Exactly, it's the
The
language.
Yeah, it was a language, and then it became, I guess, a culture. What I still think it's a culture over here, because like if you go to a country that you think is Arab and you ask them, are they are they Arab, then they're not going to tell you they're Arabs. They're going to give you they're going to give you their
They're
ethnicity
gonna
or
give you
their
their
tribe.
ethnicity based on their
Yeah.
nationalism.
So and also I'm gonna say that the word derived from the first nomads, and the first nomads were deep, and you can go look into the nomads right now and how they kind of like hide them. They like hide them in certain types of places, when, because they don't want their certain type of place to look whiter, and don't look as much. But if you go look at the nomads right now, you know, the real nomads. There was a girl who did a YouTube video, and she wanted to go visit the nomad people, the real nomad people, and they were fucking black. And this was in I think in Iran. They were like fucking like really black. Like, you know how they look like they look like this dude here. And it was weird because like they were trying to hide them, but you know, they look just like this boy right here.
And you know
And
what you're talking about, Ayan, is what
my
the
PTR.
origins of the Persians,
Hey,
what they looked like, you know, if we're gonna go by what, you know, features and things like that. But those folks in Yemen, Oman, and Qatar,
So the
when
Indo,
folks take a look at what those folks look like, it's them.
it goes
like
back to
Grand Rising.
And
Phoenician.
risings.
Indo-European. Before
I would
everyone
like
gets
to.
excited, can I just tell you about the Indo-Europeans before my mic goes out? The Indo-Europeans is basically what Ian was just describing. Also, they were known to be us. So the European word ain't what the enemy is. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you're basically talking about yourselves. Like it was Indo-Europeans before it drifted off to just Europeans, to which people took the claim. Like saying European could be like saying Jewish. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's like the ish on it. Like so, the Indo-European would be like, did you saying Jew? But anyway,
I wanted to add the etymology of the word Arab. So, as I put the link in the chat, as a noun, it is one of the native people of Arabia and surrounding regions. Late 14th century, Arabs, a plural formed from Old English Arabi, Arabi, from Latin Arabs, accusative Arabin or Arabern, from Greek Arabs, genitive Arabos, from Arabic Anab, indigenous name of people, perhaps literally inhabitants of the desert, and related to Hebrew Arabah, desert. The meaning homeless little wanderer, child of the street, is from 1848, Arab of the city, but the usual form was the city Arab, an allusion to the nomadic ways of the Bedouin. The Arab League was formed in Cairo in March 22nd, 1945. Thank you. I land my plane.
They're dark-skinned people from out of Africa. And when you know you speak about Arabic folks, you know, not for nothing, people like to relate them to the sons of Abraham. I'm not a religious person, so I can't really speak on what everybody's Quran and Bible and thing. Even though I have all of these books, I don't really deal in religion so much. I just look for reference. But like I said, the folks in Yemen, the folks in Oman, the folks in Qatar, before all of these lands had a line drawn by someone else that said, these are where these folks belong, this is where the line is drawn. We were not drawing these lines. We as human beings were always um like if it was the Saudi Peninsula, let's just say the Saudi Peninsula, that just had everybody that was already going across the Red Sea and doing trade and doing business, and we all looked how the sun made us look.
Yep. And
Can I speak? Ayan, can I speak?
Who's that? Mike? Oh, is that fucking Michael Yap?
Hey, you talk, you talk about, you talk about religion, Quran, okay? You talk
Nah,
about
we
Islam.
definitely not talking about religion. We're not.
Oh,
Just to let you know.
let me give you something that nobody have ever seen before. You see, if you really look carefully, okay, the Mecca, Mecca, these people they are walking around the stone, okay. You see, you observe carefully the way they walk, they anti-clockwise. They always walk anti-clockwise. You know why? Because our planet rotate anti-clockwise, and our planet rotate around the sun also anti-clockwise. That is called the law of universe. You know, in our in the Chinese philosophy, okay, of Confucius, you see, they always remind people, okay, when somebody pass away, you know, the family member have to walk around the coffin anti-clockwise, 49 round, anti-clockwise. Before the coffin laid into the ground, the family member have to walk 49 round, anti-clockwise, also anti-clockwise, around the coffin, anti-clockwise. It's like, you know, you have observed carefully, okay, the Islamic, you know, the pilgrimage, okay, people, they all went to Mecca, okay, each year, and they also walk anti-clockwise. You know, they are smart. You know, that's why the Islam, the Muslim expand. You know, their population keep on expand. Because why? Because they follow the law of universe. Any question? I can answer.
That's correct. That's correct. You know what I'm saying? And they go anti-clockwise and they throw three stones at the Kaaba. You know, it's all spiritual. It's all spiritual. But yeah, Islam is more of like a nature. It's more like nature worship. Islam itself is spiritual. The core of Islam is spirituality and it's nature worship. You know, too. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, Ayan. Thank you. Who's that? Who's that? Who agree?
That's me
That
right
was
there.
Leon.
Ayan. Oh
No,
yeah.
I'm just joking. That was OJ.
Yeah, you know damn well I didn't agree with no religion.
Oh,
But I want
OJ.
to say this really quick. Just so that, and hey, Michael, how are you? Good morning. I wanted to say this really quick, just so that we have an understanding. All these religions that we practice now, globally, they're all fairly new. This is not something that was there since the beginning of time, just so that everybody knows. Like, there is not one area where we practice Christianity. Like Jesus and the concept of God was here after us. Okay. Like way after us. Like we've been on this planet. Like you can even like look it up yourself on how long the concept of God or any religion. Every all of these religions derive from, little concepts of people's different types of people's spirituality. Now, I also want to say this, even angels came before God. They just stole that. The word demons came before God. And even if you look at a lot of um if you actually read the Bible or read the Quran, some of the goddesses and gods that they talk about, those are the people who were, even those people weren't there from the beginning. Okay. So I just want to put that out there so that we know, like, the religions that you serve right now were put in place so that you could, so that it could, create structure, because we were not used to being together by the millions. That's not how that worked. We were always like, tribalistic. So we would have like, hundreds of thousands or 400,000, but like they needed to implement religion to control millions of people. And what happened is, when you have rebellious people who were doing their own thing for the longest time, you have to issue basically a mass genocide, which happened many times. The bloodshed, it was crazy. Um, but between, like, people, so that they could actually start to worship, and understand that they had no choice. That's why when you look at religion, or any religion, it always has a deep rooted connection to slavery, because that's what it is. It was meant to be mental slavery. And that's why people are like forcing people back into religion, or trying to get people back to the church, or trying to implement the church, the religious rules, sorry, not the church, but it is the church though, the religious rules globally, and even in America, like a lot of the laws that we have put in place that people hate so much, they derive from religion. So it's funny because Black people are also the biggest consumers globally of these patriarchal religions, and it's because and white people are now, and non-Black people are resorting to removing themselves from religion and going to practice the things that we used to practice from the beginning, which is more of like a shamanistic type, you know, thing, or it depends on where you were at, where a lot of people worship goddesses, or a lot of, and I wouldn't say it was worship because we never worship people. We celebrated energies, in order to bring things back in here. And we had a lot of, every tribe had its astrologists and stuff. Like we would just kind of, you know, bring in the energies, and we went based off of what we knew in America, where we knew that only a woman could bring life into this earth, right? And so we just knew that the energies were just both women. But like like when Jesus came down, and Moses, these were all not God or children of God. They were always, just strong magicians. That's the all that they were. They were sorcerers, and they were sorcerers that were killed when when they did research, and they actually figured out how people were living behind this, but before this happened, and they realized that religion was just a motherfucking joke. So that's when they killed him. That's the same thing that they did to Jesus, and they hung his ass from a motherfucking cross. And they said, "What the fuck you mean? You know, we not supposed to be doing this type of stuff, or what you mean we not supposed? Okay, you need to be up on a cross, and you need to be sacrificed, because we're not gonna have this energy." But he was, you know, Jesus was out there really teaching like the real shit of what was happening before, because he did his research, right? Or she did his, whoever it was. And people did not like that, so they utilized Jesus, and murdered him on purpose, because they don't want new types of Jesuses to come out and believe that they can be able to teach the things that were actually happening. And that's why when you look at Jesus, he was known as such a peaceful person. Like he didn't want wars, he didn't want those things, because he didn't believe in those things. And imagine if people started to believe him as a collective, they would have took over. So they had to hung him. They had to hang him up and murder him in front of everybody, so that they didn't have this type of energy
Yeah, they
flying
have
out,
exactly.
and people actually doing the same thing or believing in what Jesus. So murder used to put people back in place. That's why if you look at any type of religion, it all ties back to a mass genocide of people, including Muslims.
And so, I just want to real quick, before we move on in the conversation, to have everybody understand it's 8:55 inside of Hocus 45th Rabbit Hole, and what we've been doing. I know it's gone so many different directions of understanding. We've been talking about these universal laws, right? And just as a refresher, when um when we were looking at it, I was only using reference to what led me to something called the doomsday clock and the bulletin of atomic scientists that decide the equation for when everything will be done on doomsday. Their equation uses two factors, one of which are climate change and the other which is nuclear. Goodness, what's the other? Nuclear. I forget what the other word is. Apologies, but it has to do with our dealings with nuclear um sciences, I guess you could call it, how those two things combine as factors and how that will mean our annihilation. And I'm like, wow, who's in control of 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 how that perception goes? It's those that in control of the climate change and those that are in control of the nuclear disposition that we're in. And so, we've gone so many places after speaking about these things. It was me. I changed the title to Universal Law, Really or Fakely. Because if you subscribe to it, that means that you believe it. But how do you know it? Or have you taken the time to know what it is that they are subjecting you to? This doomsday clock, this bulletin of atomic scientists. And I put the link in the chat. I'll do it one more time so that you guys can research it yourself too. Because in the rabbit hole, we're not interested in not knowing, we're interested in exploring. And if we're interested in exploring, it means that we can actually take the time to comprehend what it is we're being served on a platter. If it's not your science, then whose science is it? And can we observe as not conspiracy theorists, but as data analysts of the times, the science, and the knowledge, and even of our opinions? So I greatly appreciate everyone that has come here to do this, because it's work. It's not just fun times. It's actually, you don't even realize it may be fun for us, but it's actually work that we're putting in to observe these natures being provided to us outside of our nature. Because naturally, you might have been born, you might have had to heat food, eat food, drink water. And initially, my question in the room was, what if today they told you H2O was no more and we've moved on to something new that you've all got to deal with, H3O2? And here's where we are, and this is what it is, and get used to it. Would you be able to question it, or are you just someone that says, okay, okay, this is all right, cool. All right, this where we at? All right, cool. Thanks for telling me. And this is how sometimes people live their lives, is thanks for telling me. Now what? You're waiting for an answer from someone else about what your reality is. And I dare you to question everything and see what happens to you when you do. Welcome, welcome. It's 9 a.m. inside of Hocus 45th Rabbit Hole, and we are reviewing universal law, really or fakely. Welcome, welcome. Before we open the floor, let me just play you guys this clip. I've been waiting to do so, and I'm happy that you're all here doing this work. Here goes. Let me see. Doomsday clock. How does it work? All right, let's check it out. Active listening. Put your outline of questions in the chat.
Atomic scientists have reset the so-called doomsday clock to 90 seconds to midnight, meaning they think the world is closer to ending than ever before. But what is the doomsday clock? It's a design the scientists use to tell the public how close they think we are to destroying the planet. Nuclear technology and climate science experts discuss the world events each year and work out where to move the clock's hands. The closer they place them to midnight, the closer they think we are to the threat of annihilation. Albert Einstein was among the scientists who created the clock in 1947. When it first started ticking, it sat at 7 minutes to midnight. But just 2 years later, when the USSR tested its first atomic bomb, the hands were moved to 3 minutes to midnight. In 1991, as the Cold War cooled down, the clock was set at its furthest time from catastrophe, 17 minutes to midnight. In the years since, the clock's hands have creeped closer to midnight. In 2020, geopolitical tensions and the climate crisis pushed the hands to just 100 seconds to midnight. But Now, in 2023, the panel warned that humanity's existence is at greater risk than ever before, largely as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
It's sweet, but thanks for observing and being data analysts. I don't think that any of you guys are conspiracy theorists, and when you go move around this app, just know that your sanity is protected by the fact that you are constantly allowed to question everything. And someone that tells you that you shouldn't, those are the conspiracy theorists.
Interesting, Butters, that you bring up H3O2, because I've been quote unquote experimenting with H3O2, which basically means that you get your water from fruits. It's basically what H3O2 means. Instead of drinking water that has not been filtered through fruit. And I actually just did a 10-day fruit fast where I only drank blended fruit. And compared to me doing a fast with just on H2O, I felt way better. Like I, consumed the liquid of the fruit, like by blending it, but doing that comparing to just drinking water, because regular H2O has no minerals in it whatsoever. And I'm like I'm relearning a completely different theory on the body. It's a terrain theory versus germ theory. Germ theory is what like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, that's what they brought in the early 1900s, late 1800s. Like, oh, there's these germs outside of you, scared of germs, war on germs, war on germs. That same like war mentality. So when it comes to H3O2, what I think is pretty amazing is not only is the claim that human beings are frugivores. More specifically, melanated people are closer to the frugivore because we like lived on fruits and veggies longer, and then pheomelanin or Caucasian people are closer to meat eaters. But everybody benefits, no matter what your race is, from eating fruit. So I've been looking into testimonies of some people, like this one woman who lived on one orange for 2 years. Right? She only ate an orange. It's called mono something, when you only consume one fruit for a certain amount of time. And as
I
a matter
wonder how her teeth look.
the whole sugar thing, that's a whole misconception too. Like, oh, fruit contains too much sugar. I think that's bullshit as well. There's this book that I bought called The Grape Cure by Johanna Brandt. The Grape Cure by Johanna Brandt. And basically, in the early 1900s, this individual was healing people of cancer by putting them on an all grape diet. And the reason I bought this book is because a gentleman named Yaki Awakened, he's this master herbalist who's been alleviating people of HIV or herpes, all these so-called uncurable, unhealable diseases. Uh, and he consistently recommends an all grape diet depending on if your conditions aren't too bad. He recommends an all grape diet, and he said that he references this book a lot. So I bought the book myself, and I started eating a lot of grapes into my diet. Seeded grapes, not seedless. Any fruit that you eat that is seedless, is poisonous. Bottom line. So I've been looking into this. Oh, human beings might actually be frugivores because of H3O2, because H3O2 contains actually minerals. Forget about calories. Forget about calories. Forget about protein. Like, all that is bullshit. Um, and what we actually need is minerals, and minerals is basically crystals, and crystals is basically condensed sunlight. So there's that connection back to, back to source, back to nature, back to that tropical environment. Um, so I plan on going on another all fruit diet as well. I'd rather continue to live it. A lot of people just say, "Oh, that's bullshit," whatever, but they'll never like actually try it themselves. So the best thing you can do with some of these things is like be your own experimentation. And finally, when it comes to, on the same realm of H3O2 and hydrating the body and taking care of the body too, one thing that I'm going to experiment with is the source of disease and parasites. Yaki, he claims that parasites are predominantly caused by the human body falling into an acidic state. So they actually come out of the own bacteria within your microbiomes. So instead of thinking, oh, parasites and bacteria are just these things that infest the body and come from outside in, he's saying the conditions of your body actually produce the parasites from within you. So, for example, if you leave a fruit out for too long and you get fruit flies, this notion that, oh, the fruit flies come from outside, the fruit flies come from outside, he's saying, no, the fruit flies actually come from within the fruit. Like when dead things rot, the maggots actually come from the flesh, going from alive and living and oxygenated to decomposing and deoxygenated, and from within it the parasite breeds. So again, it's the same notion that the so-called elites have been doing. They flip everything upside down inside out. So if they tell you that your source of disease and issues is coming from outside of you, you'll never think that the solution is to maintain the homeostasis within you, right? So I think it's a beautiful theory. Uh, I mean, even though he has testimonies of healing people using these strategies, you got to say theory because some people get offended at this stuff. I'm testing it out myself on this H3O2, and if they said, you know, hey, no more H2O, hell, if the last 6 months I don't drink water and I've been only using H3O2, and not only am I perfectly healthy, but I'm more than healthy, then I'm already stepping into my new reality.
I want to ask you something, Heffen, Heffen, Heffen.
Yep.
Uh, it's so funny calling you Heffen. What's your fucking name again,
Ramal.
man?
Ramal. I know
Ram-
everybody.
Ramal. Yo, so you mean to tell me, right? If I leave the fruits out in a contained environment, when the fruit rots, there's gonna be flies that come from it, from the inside of the fruit.
That is the next experimentation that I want to do. I want, because he said it. I'm like, okay, all right, you claim the fruit flies come from within the fruit, but he was like, test it yourself. He was like, get a box, get a concealed container, and use a old bird or use some old fruit and seal off the container and make sure nothing can get in, and leave it there for months and see if anything comes within it. And I'm like, he's so right, because I looked on YouTube, I looked on the internet. I'm like, yo, there's got to be some obvious answer to this. There's got to be obvious. But when I look for the answers, I'm like, yo, they don't have any obvious experimentation to conclude that fruit flies come from outside the fruit. You can't find any. I'm like, yo, if you're telling me that they lied, or they like, classic deception. If you're telling me that fruit flies and parasites mo- come from the decaying itself from within, that would be the biggest mind fuck I've ever learned so
Yeah,
far.
but did you ever look at like when they show like the time, the time lapse? Like if you show like a piece of meat or a fruit on a time lapse, when they show it sped up, when exactly the worms start to come out. You ever took a look?
But he's right though. Like when I used to work for an
I haven't.
experimental company called Ecolab,
Hmm.
all their products are based on a scientific research. So they send it to Minnesota, to the laboratories to meet the scientists. And fruit flies, as a previous exterminator, fruit flies only come from food that has rind, fruits that have rind, or fucking let's say for example you are at a bar and a lot of sugary products that they deal with sugary, anything sweet will develop the fruit flies. That's why they also have this thing called drain flies. Like if you have a restaurant or in a business and you don't clean your drains, you will have these flies coming out of all that fuckery, all that
Hell
mucus and
yeah,
all
them
that shit
little
that comes
bitch ass tiny ass flies.
yeah, those are developed from all that stuff that stays compact together. So when you go to a restaurant and as an exterminator, you see one or two fruit flies is okay. When you start seeing a lot of fruit flies, it's basically they're not cleaning properly in that restaurant or bar.
And so I want to ask, like, I have seen termites. I've seen there was some termites, right? The termites, they like wood and portions of houses where they could eat through, and nobody put anything to create a termite. They just like the wood, and they function off of, like, what was rotting to create that termite.
There's also you also have carpenter ants. Carpenter ants also like wood.
But they come, ants are different. That termite though is basically like a fruit fly but for wood.
I think if I remember correctly, I got to look at the book, my book to see exactly where they come from. Actually, let me find the book and I'm gonna give you the answer.
Okie dokie. So, guys, when we were looking at the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, right? So I just want to read to you guys real quick. I want to decline these fucking cookies. Everything's always asking me. But it comes to their website. When you look at it, it says visit the Doomsday Clock. And the first episode that comes up is how Chinese military aid to Russia could lead to a strategic reversal of nuclear forces. Then they got a couple of different other articles. There's a chat GPT for biology. What could go wrong? Then they got Mpox is down. They had to take away the monkey because supposedly, I'm like, yo, who told y'all black people was offended by the word monkey? They're like, yo, why are you affiliating us with fucking monkey? Like, who did that? Why somebody feel funny about that? Either which way. Mpox is down but not out. Why a waning outbreak is no cause for complacency. These are the type of articles on their bulletin. How millions of electric vehicles can help, not hurt the grid. Another one. Why the Pentagon should surge investments in pathogen early warning systems. The next one. What's a chemical weapon? A global weapons treaty could use some clarity. Their next one. To avoid an AI arms race, the world needs to expand scientific collaboration. These are articles on their website, guys, for those that make the doomsday clock. These are their explorations. Another one says, why a weapons of mass destruction free zone in the Middle East is more needed than ever. Here's another one. The British government doesn't want to talk about its nuclear weapons. The British public does. And so these are um, what you can find on those that have created the doomsday clock. These are conversations that they are writing about. And they're saying that you can also register for the live stream of their April 19th through the 20th Pathogens Project Conference. That's where they're at with it. These folks are, um, this is their science, their doomsday clock. And if you choose to subscribe, more power to you. But I still say stay abreast of all of the things that they don't anticipate you to pay attention to. You have a right to question everything as a data analyst. They're the conspiracy theorists for demonizing folks that look at the data for what it is. So keep being you, and there are more universal laws that we can speak about. I think we only got through about 6, but so far, what's the climate? How you guys feeling? The climate
Hey,
is, asking you guys, how's your temperature in here right now about these topics?
hey, Butters. I just want to make a quick correlation. The doomsday clock is like your Armageddon prophecy. I'm seeing very clear similarities between what science is peddling and what religions have peddled to the public for thousands of years. They give us this doomsday prophecy, aka doomsday clock. They give us their priesthood, aka their scientists that peddle their theories, or let's replace theories with prophecies, right? They tell you how you came to be, right? Just like religion tells you how you came to be. Science is just the mainstream version of religion. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. That a lot of this modern day science has to do with what you was pointing on, a belief system. You have to believe in half of the shit that these motherfuckers are telling. And a lot of this science has been manipulated, skewed, and exaggerated to push certain agendas, just like religion has. I'll end on that.
I'd
And
love to jump in.
say more.
I'm just going to say something quick. I love what you just said because, it is the inverted thing. The question I always ask is, are we learning or remembering? And and I really believe that they taught us that we had to learn to know. But actually, if you look at like the Gnostic tradition, we experience to learn. And so, if we open ourselves up to letting us have God work through us, then everything comes through us and it's an experience. And then from that experience, we unpack it. We come to understand what's going on versus the way they want us to learn is they want us to know nothing. And it's that they have the words through the schooling system that they've created and that we learn from them under their jurisdiction when it's just in fact the opposite. I hope that makes sense. So that's what we've been up against our whole lives. But really, we're here to stay open and experience. And from that experience, we learn. And so that's why we should walk the earth like many of the sages did and just have experiences and then learn from all those and see how we relate to nature and nature relates to us. And then we're able to teach, we're able to give and share with everybody.
And what's so beautiful about what you just said about we should more rely on having experiences is the original definition of the word science meant to know, right? And to know something, at least from my comedic cosmological understanding, knowing it's to experience, right? You don't really truly know something until you experience it. You can believe something, right? You can believe the information you have. You can believe that you are a great parent, but to know that you are a great parent is based on experience. And so what this science nowadays has given us is, you can have your PhD in believing information. But that's why a doctor right now doesn't know that there are remedies to cancer, because that doctor doesn't have experience. That doctor has belief. So when I look at concepts like doomsday, just like the brother said, it sounds awfully like the rapture. You know what I'm saying? And then when you realize that modern patriarchal uh, false religions are two wings of the same bird. The religion and the science. As a matter of fact, the first time a culture separated religion and science was the Greeks, right? They said, "Oh, ideas of God belong over here, and the observation of God's creation belongs over there. Let's split these two apart." Right? So there you have this divide of two worlds, and where human beings would, you know, what I would say, step into this quote unquote apocalyptic age is really stepping into the knowing, stepping into the experience, right? Have you experienced what happens? And I think the best thing you can do is experience health, right? A lot of people are into a lot of different things. Everybody's like into their own niches, but one thing we all have in common is health and wanting to live optimally. So if new knowledge pertaining to your health can, help change your life, then I have found that to be a good focal area to get people to say, hey, I know what we've been taught to believe about cancer. I know what we've been taught to believe about disease. I know what we've been taught to believe about bacteria, but have you experienced this? And
Ethan,
that's
can I ask you something really quick though? I just have a thought around what you're saying. So when someone brings something to you, like I'm not sure who was talking earlier, but was talking about terrain versus germ theory and about fruits and stuff. Okay, I felt like, okay, I got a really deep yes. And that was my intuition because I think in the moment I'm remembering. I kind of already knew what he was saying, but I have forgotten it. They've given us amnesia so that and so I feel like we are remembering we're not learning like we think. We're actually remembering. And that's why we have to listen to people and go, wow, is that a yes? Is that a yes? Like, does that mean truth that rings through my eternal body of time and space that I've been on this planet. So I think it's not about learning. I think it's about remembering. You guys, everyone on the stage and in this room has been here a multitude of times. We know all this stuff. They've given us amnesia. They've told us to forget because they want to control us with their thought process. But we're just remembering, as Butter says, we're unpacking things. We're coming into this room, and I love the way she does stuff because I get this ding, 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 ding. I'm like, oh my God, yes, yes, I knew that. I knew that. That was in my soul. I'm remembering. I'm waking up. I'm remembering. So, anyhow, I invite you because they are so wanting us to tell us how it is through this bullshit educational system we've indoctrinated into this planet, as if the Harvard people are the smartest people on the earth when they took 5 fucking shots. I don't think they're so smart. So anyhow, we've been, fooled. And I'm just inviting people, wake up to your intuition and listen, because this room shares so many gems and I get so many ding, ding, dings. Yes, yes. Oh my God, my soul is saying yes to that. So anyhow, I leave it there.
Heaven, to what you said earlier, you said a lot of dope stuff, so I'm gonna try to like touch on a few of the things you said. One of them, the doomsday thing, I do be thinking that term and just like where people try to go with it is extreme. I think that there can be times of uncomfort that we might have to face or resets that we have to go through. But as far as doomsday, I like, for me, the way that I look at Mother Nature is she never ends. She may have to reset, you know what I'm saying? But no matter what humans do, Mother Nature is always gonna come through because she, to me, is like everlasting, eternal, and she's always gonna rebuild no matter what dumb shit, humans do. So I don't ever see like a doomsday type thing. I see maybe possibly humans just destroying themselves, but not destroying again like Mother Nature. So, but with the remembering and with what it is they want us to continue to go through the same cycles. That's why we haven't been able to break certain things and we're like, why do we keep going through the same shit? Yeah, because they don't want us to remember. A lot of these things have happened before. So they do take our memory away from different things. And I don't think people understand trauma, how trauma actually fucks up our memory. So it's like we as people, we as humans, we need to,
You breaking up, Yoda.
yeah, I got a phone call. But yeah, we have to ensure that we're doing the work. To heal. I think that just like Mother Nature, right? Mother Nature heals herself. We have to heal. We have to heal ourselves for real. And again, like I said, when traumas occur, it destroys our memory. Um, I don't know if anyone has ever experienced disassociation, but that is literally so. Disassociation is if you ever go through things or traumas and you notice yourself disassociating from like people or disassociating from like the world. It's kind of like you're in your own bubble. And that is your brain and your heart trying to protect you from more trauma because you've already experienced a lot. So you start to dissociate. And they actually have found that dementia is mostly in Black and Latino people. And because I'm not, it's not a trauma competition, right, within cultures or anything, but it's kind of like they're saying they have mostly experienced a lot of trauma in their lives, right? And so that's when dementia happens. And dementia usually happens because, once again, like I said, it is your mind, your brain, your heart trying to protect you from any more. So it starts to kind of like forget shit. And it starts to, and that's when, yeah. So I don't know if you guys have experienced that where you're like, man, I can't remember this, I can't remember that. And so I agree with you guys, what you guys said about the whole memory. And so yeah, and again, man, y'all are building. Like Helen, when you said our health, that is important. Our vessels, our spirits, our health, how we're healing through these traumas, how we're healing our bodies, how we're using nature to heal, how we're using our mind to heal, because our minds are powerful and we can heal ourselves just through our mind alone. So it is very beautiful what you guys are talking about. And I wanted to say thank you. Gratitude.
The only it's funny that you said that because I was rewatching like Dr. Sebi's videos, and he mentioned that dimension is due to people's way of eating. Because
Wow.
he said when you have dimension, your brain is basically is filled with mucus. So you got to get rid of the mucus and feed it carbon and it's carbon and copper. And that's what he was referring to. Like when you have mucus in your lungs, it's called bronchitis. And when you have mucus in your nose, it's like what is it called sinus? What was the term that he used again? Mucus in the lungs was bronchitis. Mucus in the lungs is pneumonia. Pneumonia, sorry. And what was the other one? Mucus in, yeah, and the sinus is the sinusitis. Sinusitis, yeah, and the sinus is sinusitis. So it all has to do with our way of eating that affects us, that affects our temple, It's like that saying, that thy food be thy medicine be thy food.
Thank you for saying that, Nadu. Yeah, that's very important to know.
I want to throw this in there as far as the doomsday clock being real in a sense, right? Um, but I'm going to say that the doomsday clock, the doomsday apocalypse, the rapture, the doomsday, I want to say that that is a reality that is actually real, symbolically. Okay, and I carry this I carry this perspective now that everything in life is a esoteric science, an esoteric reality, and then it manifests itself exoterically. So the hidden or occult world controls and understands the known or obvious world, right? And it's always that relationship, the pyramid, the people at the top, the few who know the truth, who seek the truth, they know more than the mass at the bottom. So as far as like doomsday, I do believe that people are experiencing a doomsday, an apocalypse, and a rapture as we speak. I see it all the time on Clubhouse. But when I say symbolically, I mean people are experiencing a death, a doomsday, a ending of their world, of their ideas. Okay, like I have like 3 Scorpio placements, which basically means I learn a lot through transformation, right? That's one way I love to learn in life, is just through transformation. So I've had to consistently experience what it's like to think that you believe something, and then you go through an experience, and now you're like born into a new understanding. And a lot of people experience this, but the issue that some people might face is when, as the world around them changes and the ideas that they hold on to, right, our thoughts and our belief systems actually is our identity, right? But what happens when reality comes to you and shows you a new thought, a new reality, or new ideas that challenge what you thought you knew? Well, now you feel like you're under threat. Now you feel like you are in danger because your identity is in danger, because the beliefs that you have are now being in question. So if your entire life, right, you worked your ass off to be the best doctor, right? And then all of a sudden someone comes along and tells you they have no PhD, they have no certification, and you just put in blood, sweat, and tears for the last 30 years in school, finally got your graduate, and you're proud of your whole family, and somebody with no credential comes along and tells you like, hey, there's this like very simple cure to the human body that was never taught to you in your education. That person with that background, depending on, you know, depending on who they are, they could feel like you are attacking their world, because their world has confirmed and confirmed time and time again that there is no solution to the cancer or to the disease that you just offered. So I think we experience this all the time when people are presented with new facts, new evidence, new realities, but they reject it out of fear of the world that they thought they knew ending. So I will say that the doomsday and the apocalypse, it's very real in that metaphysical sense.
Yeah, that's called cognitive dissonance, I believe.
Someone said that you can't avoid cycles. I feel like you can. I feel like when we have that mindset, that's why we keep going through stuff. But I mean, I genuinely feel like you can break cycles and you can alter and shift things. But because we become so indoctrinated, I think that we fall into the cycles and we continue them, you know? But I personally believe we're here for a reason. I know for me, I know I was put here to break certain cycles, like even within my family, and I've already done that. I've already seen because of certain things that I've done how it shifted things.
Peace and wholeness to the room. I have a question for Heaven. Do you feel like can you expand on the Scorpio? Like, do you feel like Scorpio above all the other signs magnetizes that non-attachment, radical transformation? Thought I was going this way, but now God got you going that way type of karma.
Above all other placements, I would say so. I would say perhaps. I think Scorpio is one of the deepest in terms of like going down a rabbit hole of existence, of thought. You know, Scorpio's an immutable water sign, like a, you know, like an ocean. An ocean, some bodies of water, they may not like be moving on the surface. It's like really flat, but then it's like very deep at the same time. And then the Scorpio animal can actually stay underwater, breathe. It can stay underwater for up to 2 days, longer than most whales. Right? A lot of people don't know that. So a Scorpio is a very, I think it's also a very deep energy, and so yeah, I would say compared to other signs, it is a very, it's a radical. It could be a very harsh lesson, but like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, that pressure, that stress turns into something beautiful. If you are in flow with it.
I agree. I have a Scorpio moon, and I like to say it's an Aquila moon because I'm constantly moving it from the scorpion to the serpent to the phoenix, and doing my best to keep it up in the eagle hawk vibes for sure. I feel like I know kabbalistically the flood of Noah happened, or there was some great water cataclysm that happened during the sign of Scorpio, and like Disney actually like put this in that movie Atlantis that they did. The guardian of Atlantis is this mechanical scorpion that they have to fight before they get to Atlantis. So it's like in the North African tradition, Atlantis fell during the month of October, November, which was the flood of Noah. So yeah, I do feel like I have a lot of Scorpios in my family, and man, like it's it's all about non-attachment, right? Like not being attached to what you thought you wanted to happen, but what is happening, and then finding your smile within that, and then next thing you know, God gives you the remote,
or the universe gives you the remote because you learn the lesson rather than whining and bitching about it.
I wanted to touch on something really quick. I wanted to say that, and this just kind of was like a download, I guess, but we need to start talking to our elders more. Like we need to really start sitting down and having conversations, like long conversations, and ask questions as much as we can, because I feel like it not only will help them to start to remember things as well, but and of course like just make your bond closer, but it helps us. Like when I talk to my grandma, she'll always be like, are you still, she's like, are you teaching the babies? She's talking about my kids Spanish, Espanol. I'm like, yes, grandma, because she tells me, because I've been far from home for years since I was like 17. So I go back home and I visit. I try to at least minimum once a year, if not, if I can more. So I'm not there with like my, immediate family. But my grandma tells me like none of your cousins, you're the only one out of all of them that still like fluently, speak Spanish. And she was like, it's we're losing, like, like her heart breaks to know that it's kind of like dwindling, like that. It's like we're forgetting, right? We talked about memory and remembering. It's like we're forgetting Spanish, we're forgetting our first language, because that was a lot of, well, it was my first language, or we're forgetting to pass it down to the next generation. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's so important, because you don't want to lose certain things. You don't want to forget certain traditions. So, and our elders, they just have so much like wisdom and knowledge, and they came up during different times where they didn't have technology. So they knew survival way more than we do. They knew how to survive out in nature, and they were more in touch, I think, than in nature than we were, because they were outside for real, and just a lot of other things that, and I feel like these upcoming generations, they're not connecting to our elders. They're more disrespecting them. They're more, you know what I'm saying, not in tune. And I'm thankful because I grew up around my grandmother a lot. So personally, I'm very thankful that I got to spend a lot of time with her growing up. I was like hip to hip with her, because I learned so much from her. So I definitely think we need to start encouraging that with our children. Like talk to your grandma, ask questions, and for us, they have stories to tell, and we want to carry on their stories. We want to like carry on their experiences and the knowledge that they have, because when we don't ask these questions, we is the part that we don't know who we are, because they are us. Like those are our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when you don't know your ancestors, do you really know you? Like there's a big chunk of you that you're missing when you don't know your ancestors, and you don't speak to your elders, and you don't like show respect. Like I don't play about that. Like the respect for elders, I do not play when it comes to that. So that's all. Thank you.
This new generation, they're attached and they're stuck on electronics. That's why I believe that this new generation is going to be a dumbed down generation where they're not going to have a thinking capacity. They're not going to be able to come out with creative thoughts for themselves because the brain is not functioning properly. It's not working. It's not putting in the work. Everything's going to be handed to them. All the answers to any question is going to have to be Google and stuff like that instead of actually reading a book and doing research and hearing other people's perspective because we know the internet is very biased when it comes to a lot of information unless we know how to research in the internet. So I feel sorry for a lot of the parents like Darren, like you and I, that are involved with the children that are don't teach them about ancient ways that don't have some books to basically contradict a lot of the shit that they're being taught in school. But it's very sad where the future generation is going.
And I'm gonna mic up after this. I've been talking a lot. Y'all know me. It's either I don't speak at all and I just sit back and I observe, or I'm like a chat bot. Like I just keep going, and I want everybody to have a chance to speak. I don't want to like take the stage or anything. But when you said that, they're saying that now, like our generation's attention span is a lot shorter because of like tech and like I'll give an example. TikTok, right? They have like videos that are 3 minutes, five, they're short, and that it's created this short attention span within people, which I don't know if I want to label it like neurodivergent, like going into ADHD, right? Where it's like ADHD, it's hard to like focus, you know what I'm saying? So I don't want to label that and put that over people, but it's almost like yeah, it's creating short attention spans where we want things quick. We can't sit for long hours. Like if a video is like an hour, we're kind of like, oh my God, like we roll our eyes, like not an hour, like we're kind of like, no, I need like a 5 minute, like quick synopsis. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so I understand what you're speaking on, Natalie.
I mean, there are some kids out there that, there are mothers and fathers out there that are doing their job to make sure that they are being raised properly, that they learn the truth from lies and stuff like that. And then there are some kids that just are being born, like in every generation, that are just gifted, that just have this intuition, or as some people say, of past life that they've been here. I don't know if you saw this video of a 5-year-old kid. He went into the pilot cockpit and he was telling the pilot all the features about the plane, and then he was mentioning features from aviation from the 50s and 60s that are no longer in use, and these pilots were in shock.
Yeah, I think one of the so-called wars was a war on education. So I think right now, like, we're experiencing a intentional effort to miseducate. Well, we've always been miseducated, but now there's another level of hell. Not even, you know, having kids being able to research, being able to think for themselves. Their critical thinking is being attacked because, when you are unable to critical think, you're unable to solve critical problems. You know, and religion already did a number on that from that aspect for a while. So now that it's happening within the school system, and it's happening with social media, where your brain's being conditioned to, have that short-term attention span. Now you're creating a population that's easier to be controlled. So, um, we'll see how things go. Personally, I don't know. I'm not. I don't know if I'm gonna be standing in America. I think I'll be more of an international kind of a hop, skip, and jump out of here. It seems like sometimes this whole paradigm, sometimes it feels just so Americanized. Like when I when I experience like other cultures and you step outside the border, it feels like the whole matrix just gets left behind. Like, I think, like, are people who are like self-sustaining on their own farm, eating fresh fruit in like Costa Rica, are they thinking about any of this shit? I'm like, probably not. They're just like living their best life. So, for me, there's a paradigm to it, to where sometimes it's just environmental and what you're focusing on.
It's not just Costa Rica. We out here in Hawaii enjoying it. My check-in is with Know the Ledge Media, Black Magic 363, and Hocus 4/5. Otherwise, I don't fucking look at nothing. And I just listen to music and listen to these frogs and nature. I'm out here on 6 acres at the top of the volcano. And like y'all represent like the reality of what's going on outside of this realm. I don't even leave much, and if I do, I don't really go to like gatherings, events. I just hang out with a select group of people. I have my friends, my family, and I actually feel more comfortable speaking to y'all than going out and meeting new people because I'm just like I have enough people to interact with, and I really feel like this summer it's about just really buckling down and knowing who your day ones is and being ready for everything. Always have a sidearm or a machete or at least a blade on you, just something, because with the CDC putting out that shit on zombification and like the shit that they constantly are putting out there to try to hijack reality, like y'all said, it's like you have to be self hypnotized And people who aren't self-hypnotized, I feel, fall prey to the fuck shit.
But you know Hawaii is getting screwed over, Jim. I'm pretty sure you know how prices in houses, like, you know, it's getting so expensive, like New York City and Hawaii. Like, they're trying to really corrupt that country, and especially what they're doing, I think, is the Monuawi Mountains, how they're trying to do with those antennas and stuff like that. It's kind of fucked up what the government is allowing to happen to a lot of the indigenous people in Hawaii.
Bro, I'm on the Big Island, Hawaii. I'm on the Hilo side in a place called Mountain View. Y'all can Google it. I'm right outside of the Volcano National Park. That's like 5 minutes from the farm I'm on. And we doing our thing out here. You know what I mean? People that's running from the government and the law and fugitives, they come out here, buy some acreage, and like unless you kill somebody and people find out, cops don't come up here. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like you just got to get to know your neighbors. Everybody has generators and solar panels, and that whole story that you're talking about is the government bringing in meth and crack back in the 80s, just like they did with in South Central, and that was when the whole sovereignty movement was really at its fullest sway. Because honestly, Hawaii is really not a state. Hawaii is actually a sovereign principality, which was leased to the government. But what they did was they brought in the drugs in the 80s, which is has now been relegated to people who live way out in the middle of nowhere and don't have community to keep them on the straight and narrow. But basically, they allowed the Mormons and basically the Catholic Church to just really really set up shop here, and so a lot of the indigenous people that were fighting for rights in the 80s are now super, super, super team Jesus. And the people that are really living that Hawaii life are people like me, Mugen, my homeboy Ashe and his lady, my homegirl Maya, who just moved out here, and my friend Rain and her family, and a group of friends who we all live around each other. And it's like a lot of people from Atlanta are coming out here, and you can get acreage for really, really cheap. And if you know how to work land, and if you know how to build, and if you have at least a little bit for your own structure and your own electricity and solar panels, because we get our water. We have a big, huge swimming pool in the front. It's like a 4 foot by 20 foot swimming pool, and we have that hooked up to a water system because it rains so much out here that's where you get your water from. You get your water from the rain. You know what I'm saying? So like y'all look into the Big Island Hawaii. If you got 15, 20 G's to invest in land, you could build a tiny home or a basic structure for another 10 to 15, 30 grand, if you know what you're doing or you get the right people. It's really kind of, I feel like, the last wild frontier that's actually tropical, and we got so many fruit trees on this land, papayas and mangoes and different things. We just planted some lemon trees, but the soil out here is the youngest soil on the planet. This island is constantly growing because the lava is constantly oozing out of the ocean and creating new black sand beaches. And Oprah just bought, I think, a $60 million ranch up at the top. Like, for people who eat meat, I just went vegetarian a couple weeks ago, but this has the best meat on the planet. Like the cows up here breathe some of the best air, and they're all free range and open range. It's very expensive, but it's really really high end meat, and Hawaiian beef and a lot of other meat is sent around the world, especially to Japan, because people know that it's top quality. And it's so easy to just drop a seed here. Like, you can eat a papaya and just spit the seed out, and if the rain hit it right and the soil hit it right, in a couple years you'll have a papaya tree. So y'all look in the Big Island, Hawaii on the Hilo side.
Yo, Jamal, where's Moana from? Like her story. Like, what's the true story on the Moana?
So the true story is all about a dude named Maui. Maui was a Carthaginian Moorish general who in 225 BCE left North Africa. He left the Carthaginian Wars. He took 72 ships, mostly grandmothers, aunties, and young men. And his head captain's name was Rata, Rata. I actually posted something about it. This is in a book, Old World Roots of the Cherokee, in chapter 2 by Donald Yates. And he basically shows how Harvard and Yale were sitting on all this proof that like the Moors were the first to reach Hawaii thousands of years before the Polynesians came. And what happened was the Polynesians immortalized Maui as an actual god and said that, you know, he grabbed islands and he could fish islands from the sea. But Maui was an actual Moorish general and he was a real person, you know. And so this is Moorish land. So like when you look at the Hawaiian King Kamehameha, he has a headpiece that looks like a Roman centurion, right? But that's actually a Carthaginian piece because the Carthaginians or North Africans were the first ones to wear that helmet with the crest going along the middle, kind of like it's a mohawk. And like the North Africans were some of the first to North Africans and West Africans were some of the first to navigate the entire planet. And because of Obama, when he was in office, you know, one thing he did right was he requested that all books be digitized. And so you had a lot of books from Masonic libraries and different hidden libraries that got digitized. And so a lot of history and information is coming out that people, you know, had no idea was true. So yeah, that's the story of Moana. Her homie Maui was actually a real Moorish general from 225 BCE.
Now, when you say Moorish, right? I know there's different definitions and interpretation of the word
I'm saying
Moorish.
from Morocco, Libya. He was Libyan, Moroccan, North African, Carthaginian. And it in that book, Old World Roots of the Cherokee, you'll find that the Cherokee people have a very potent admixture of North African, Dorian Greek, which is the original Melanated Greeks before the Hellenistic Greeks. They have obviously a good dose of Polynesian and Japanese, but they also have that North African and a lot of Hawaiians. Because like I debated the guy who owns a bar out here. He graduated, you know, with a degree in history on Hawaiian history, and it's all Polynesian. And I debated him. I said, "Yo, man, you know, I'll give you $100 next week if you go and get this book and it doesn't say this." And he, sure enough, he went and got the book. He's like, "Wow." He's like, "That's true." He's like, I guess I was wrong because they teach the Hawaiians that they're kind of like North African or Portuguese admixture is from the pirates that came over here a couple hundred years ago, and that's not accurate. There were heavily melanated people from North Africa, again, North Africa, Greco, Greco Hebraic. So Hawaii backwards is Hey Vav Yud Hey, or the opposite of Yud Hey Vav Hey. Yud Hey Vav Hey is Yahweh, and many Hawaiian words are just Hawaiian Hebrew words backwards. And so I've been teaching this course at the Boys and Girls uh, club, teaching kids Hebrew and how to basically write their name in Hebrew and graffiti, right? And like I'm bringing awareness in my own way to the fact that the Hebraic language was a language that many people left the Mediterranean with, and they've reversed a lot of the information because they were tired of the orthodoxy and the religiosity of the Greco-Roman Jews. And so this is the story of like Hebraic people that like left Judea and left what you would call Mesopotamia and the Middle East during all the wars, and they went to California. The Cherokee, the Tsalagi, my people, they have a high level of Hebraic roots. You know what I'm saying? Because there were masses of people that like didn't want to deal with the fucking Romans and didn't want to deal with the Roman hijack, so they left. And the Hawaiian people are basically descendants of Moorish, North African, Greco Hebraic people, and that's brought out in the book Old World Roots of the Cherokee by Donald Yates.
Yeah, yeah, I understand that. I would just respectfully disagree. I find that the Moor title gets thrown around the world now as if they were the ultimate conquerors of the world. Um, like I was saying, the word Moor or Moorish can have different interpretations depending on the time period and location. It could have been actually a title to moor a ship. If you look into the definitions of what it is to moor, it has even references to sailing. So,
So then, why would you
the
agree?
Hawaii.
Why would you agree if I said that a sailor and a general was a Moor from Morocco and North Africa? That doesn't make sense.
Not all sailors around the world were Moors, as
What
far
if
as
they were from North Africa and
them. Hold
Morocco?
on, hold on, hold on. My point that I was pointing out is to actually sail or be an expert sailor was actually referred to as being a Moor or to moor a ship. So I'm saying that when people say that Moors made it all around the world, it's more like that occupation made it all around the world, not specifically those people made it all around the world. Look up what it is to moor a ship. It is actually like a title or a job.
Bro, I've sailed. I know the 13 knots. I know what I'm talking about. And all you have to do instead of saying that you disagree is go get the book and then disagree. But at least get the book, right? Like at least get the book before you disagree with me.
I'm just disagreeing on the aspect that they throw around the Moorish title as if the Moors were the ultimate explorers of the world, and I don't fall to that type of ideology because that's outrageous. Now you're saying that Moors, the Hawaiians are now Moorish people.
All you have to do
That's
is get the book, Old World Roots of the Cherokee, my friend. All you have to
you
do. I
said.
want a
You
$100
said
badge.
that's Moorish land.
This is Morris land. Yes, it is.
America is in Moorish land, sir.
I get it. Amorica. Amorica. My daughter's name is Zohar
No,
Johanna
sir.
Ari Kahena, and I have the name America in the middle of her name because this is a Morris land. So we can disagree on that. And guess what? I've been around the world to over 30 countries, and so I have the facts that I've backed up by going to those places because I just don't read books.
Me neither, sir. And I read a lot of interpretations of the indigenous tribes here, and they never once referred to themselves, particularly on a large fashion, as them being Moorish or coming from a Moorish land. They were a different tribe. They weren't North African either, right? That whole black title, African title, was given to the indigenous populations here through the colonizer when they first showed up and called them Negro de Terra, blacks of the land, the Spanish.
So I have a question for you. It sounds like you're in a space where you want to argue without doing research. And I just presented receipts. And to me, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of goofy to debate somebody who gives you a book and you don't even go look at the book, but yet you disagree with them. That's goofy.
No, I'm pretty well aware of the Moorish argument trying to hijack and steal America. I'm well
Have you
aware
read
of
the
that.
book? Have you read the book Old World Roots of the
I
Cherokee?
I'm
Are you familiar
I,
with the
I,
history of the Talagi people? Are you familiar
I
with the
am
Talagi people?
I am part Cherokee, sir.
Okay, okay. Do you hold a card? Because I hold
I
the
I
dog
am
slave
part
card.
Cherokee.
Do you hold a card?
And
Because I hold a card. I hold a
what does
national
a
card.
card? What does a card prove, sir? Federal recognition? That's what you want to talk about?
It proves
Wait,
that my
hold on.
family was on the Dawes Act. It was on the Dawes roll.
And the
That's what
Dawes
it proves.
Act was illegal, sir. The Dawes
Hello.
Act was illegal. And you want to say having a card is proof. See, that's membership over bloodshed
My friend, it
or,
sounds
or
like
kinship.
your panties are in a knot.
My
Your panties are in
no,
a
no,
knot
no.
without
My
looking at
Cherokee
the book.
doesn't lie in a card. It lies in my blood.
So
I
what's
don't
the
need a
original name?
card
What's the
to
original name
prove
of
my Cherokee-ness
what's the name of the
because
original
my
Cherokee?
people are on
What's
the
the
Cherokee
original name?
rolls in Oklahoma, sir.
What's the original name? What's the original name of Cherokee? That's a white man's name. What's the original name?
Yes, it
How do you
is.
spell
A
it?
Cherokee is actually an amalgamation of many tribes.
No, the
Yes,
original.
sir.
So what's the
I
original
know
name?
this.
What's the original name of our tribe then? What's the original name
It
that we
was
call ourselves?
multiple. It was
No.
multiple amalgamations of tribes. It
What
wasn't
do we
just
call our?
one. It
So do you
wasn't
have a
just one,
name?
sir.
Do you have a
It
name?
wasn't just one.
Were you given a name? My name is
Was I
Uktana
given the game?
Talanwa. My name is Uktana Talanwa.
Good, sir. But I'll go back to the fact that these people here were not Moorish. That's a hijack,
You
okay?
sound like a book
The
reader, my
Moorish,
friend. You
the
sound like a
Moorish
book
people,
reader. You
the
sound like a book
Moroccan
reader.
government, doesn't acknowledge that whole Moorish American ideology themselves.
You sound like
Yet,
a book
yet,
reader.
yet
You sound
people
like a
in
book reader.
America claiming to be Moorish
You sound
want
like a
to
book
claim
reader.
this whole history, yet the country of Morocco does not acknowledge you.
Somebody's got their panties in a knot.
I think it's odd that a whole nother group of people, all the way from Morocco, want to claim a land on the other side of the world and say this is Moorish land. That is some colonizing shit. And if people don't want to recognize it, the Moors came over here as colonizers with Christopher Columbus. Okay,
I agree
that's a
with I
fact.
agree I
That's
agree with I agree
and
with
you want to
I
claim
agree
this is
with
Moorish land, yet they came over here colonizing.
but here's the thing. Do you know that in 1144, hundreds of years before that, there were groups of Moors that came over here and merged with the tribes? Do you know that? You wouldn't know that unless
Did they
unless
outbreed the
have,
tribes?
have
Did
you
they outbreed the tribes?
have you been to Africa, my friend? Have you been to Fez or Marax? Have you been to Casablanca? Because I've been 9 times. Because my family is part Moroccan, my grandmother. So I've got it on both sides, and I've been to
Sir,
Morocco
let's stick
many
to the
times.
sources. You want to talk about sources? I don't care where you traveled around the
Okay, well
world.
then, if you
Let's
don't
stick
care
to
where I
these
travel from,
sources.
then I don't want to listen to you. And I think that you're a book reader that's filled with book knowledge.
You don't want to exchange sources?
I
Is
just
that what
gave
you're
you a
telling me?
source,
You
my
just want
friend. I just told you old
one
world
book?
roots of the Cherokee.
One book.
I can give you multiple books, but let's start with that one, my friend.
So,
Be
in
in
the
touch with
words of
me.
the
Be in touch
Cherokee,
with me.
what person in the Cherokee for themselves claimed solely that their people was Moorish?
You have
What
a stick
person?
up you have a stick up your ass because I
Give me a
use the word
name. What
Moorish.
Cherokee, sir?
My
What
friend,
Cherokee claim
my
that
friend,
they were
my
all
friend,
Moorish?
my friend, you will find that in that book, Old World Roots of the Cherokee, that there was a Moorish North African general named Maui. Just look it up and then get back at me. Otherwise, you got your panties in a knot because I used a specific vernacular, which is more. And so you have been waiting all night to put somebody on blast who uses that. And I made it very clear that that person who I spoke of is a historical figure from North Africa, Morocco, and Libya. So rather than debate me with all this information that you looked up in a book, why don't you look at my source and get back at me in a back channel? You don't have to hijack this whole narrative tonight. You really don't. Unless that's what you want to do and you have nothing else better to do. Checkmate.
No. What I have? No, there ain't no checkmate. Get out of here with that, sir. See, I hate this Moorish narrative that's being pushed on people, just like I hate this whole African American narrative being pushed on people. That's a hijack. Okay, all dark skinned people in America don't all come from fucking Africa. All right? Or neither does all these people derive from some Moorish ancient world civilization. Okay, that's an ideology. It's a fucking cult at the end of the day. All right. There is no far reaching evidence from the words of the tribes themselves saying that they are Moorish people. Now, you pulled out one person. I asked you what multiple tribes said for themselves through their own words that they were Moorish people? Or was it the interpretation of other people trying to speak for those tribes?
I think he left, Jamar.
I was going to agree with the brother as far as if you want to use more and use that as a description as far as what the person may look like, all right, dark skinned person, because it was used in those references. But when he brings it back and say, oh, Hawaii is now Moroccan land, that's colonization right in our face. I don't know if anyone else sees that. And let me throw this out here. The white man wasn't the only colonizer, or yet the white man was not the first colonizer. A lot of the colonizers that came to America also had swarthy or tawny faces. Those melanated Europeans that Ian was talking about before, yeah, a boatload of white people didn't show up and then the Indians bowed down to them. That's not how it went down. It was actually melanated, swarthy, tawny, ruddy people that showed up. And the Indians, being the way that they are, vibed with them. And those melanated people slaughtered them, played all types of tricks. Um, and we're here today. White people didn't show up in droves until the 1800s. Be honest with you, that's really how it went down. Like, and to think that the big bad white man was the only colonizer is leaving you not seeing a crucial enemy that looks almost just like you. Shit, Obama's related to Bush. What does that tell you? You can have a melanated face that's a cousin or a brother to a quote unquote white man. It's not about lookership. It's about bloodline and kinship. That's what we really need to look into. Not the outer appearances. Not this, oh, we all black people, all and we're all white people. That's bullshit.
Jamar, would you like me to read the etymology of the word more?
Oh, please do.
Of the word more, spelled Moorv, as a verb, to fasten a ship in a particular location by or as by cables, anchors, etc. Late 15th century, probably related to Old English morals, Maerels, mooring rope, via unrecorded Marian to moor, or possibly borrowed from Low German, Morin, or Middle Dutch, Maren, to moor, from West Germanic, married, hold on one second, Mairrojan, related, moored, mooring, French, Amarrer, Amarrer, is from Dutch. Then when you look at Moor as a noun, North African Berber, one of the race dwellings in Barbary, late 14th century, from Old French Moor, from medieval Latin Morus, from Latin Morus, inhabitant of Mauritania, Roman Northwest Africa, a region now corresponding to northern Algeria and Morocco, from Greek moros, perhaps a native name or else cognate with morus, black, but this adjective only appears in late Greek and may as well be from the people's name as the reverse. Also applied to the Arabic conquerors of Spain, being a dark people of relation to Europeans. Their name in the Middle Ages was a synonym for Negro. Wow, okay. Later, 16th century to 17th century, being the nearest Muslims to Western Europe, it was used indiscriminately of Muslims, Persians, Arabs, etc., but especially those in India, cognate with Dutch, Moor, German, Mohr, Danish, Maurer, Maurer, Spanish, Moro, Italian, Moro, related Mores. Um, so I'll share the link. Thank you. Just give me 1 minute to share it.
I just like to add those first couple of descriptions had to do specifically with reference to dealings with a ship, particular jobs that you would have to do, right? Didn't the first part of more have to do with fashioning a ship in some sort of way?
Yeah, that's what it said.
Now, the second reference it gives you is now it goes to North Africa. But then it also talks about different groups of people that were also referenced to as Moors, like Persians, he even said Indians, but it referenced to them as being dark. Now, I would have agreed with the brother if he would have used more in a reference of dark, because I know that's a broader term. Now, when you specifically say that these people were from Morocco, it totally muddies the water in the interpretation, because just like as she was reading through the centuries, there was different groups of people. It was a job title, and it was specified as North Africa and groups of different people outside of North Africa. So we have to be very careful when we try to describe these Moorish people being all around the world, because people in different places were called Moors depending on if they were doing a job or they came from a dark-skinned race in a particular location.
Hello, everyone. So I was just listening to this conversation, and it's been really interesting because, me myself, I kind of went through an identity crisis because I'm from Sudan, and Sudan is we're basically mixed with African and Arab, and loads of other nationalities. So it's there's this big identity crisis, and I always was yep, I'm African, and then I saw a picture of my great 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 granddad, and he looked Saudi, and he was wearing the Saudi wear and the whole, that thing that they wear with the circle at the top, the Hogal. And I turned to my dad and I was like, what's this? And he was like, yeah, that's your great great granddad. I'm like, then what are we? What is happening? And I literally started looking at the history and stuff. And from my dad's side, I have some grandparents that are from Yemen and Saudi. And then from my mom's side, they're mainly Nubian. I think there's a drop of Turkish, when the Ottoman Empire invaded. But it was really interesting to me because then basically, so a lot of the South Sudanese who are much darker skinned. So my dad's tribe, they're called the Ja'ali tribe, and basically a lot of the South Sudanese basically say they're the uncles of the Ja'ali tribe, from the mum side. And I found that really interesting. I'm like, okay, so we're mixed, we're mixed with different tribes, but then there's loads of racism as well, which I think the Arabs brought along with them, which is really sad because they'll try to deny that part. But I have some cousins where they're mixed with South Sudanese is really close, so it's there. So I'm just like, okay, look, we're mixed. But you know what's really sad is when the British came and colonized Sudan, they pushed the South Sudanese down to the south, but the South Sudanese people, when I was asking my dad and the elders, I was like, where were they living? If we're mixed with them, isn't North Sudan theirs too? I don't understand. And my dad was like, yeah, they were living here. They weren't just living down in the south. They were living in the north part. And a lot of them had never even been down south. And I found that really interesting because then I started talking to my dad. I was like, does that mean you lot took their land? This, all this isn't making sense. What is happening? Because there's so much in history that we don't know. And I was quite sad because I'm like, we're denying, because a lot of my family, they'll deny that part of themselves. They'll deny having any South Sudanese blood. And at the same time, it's they don't want to be African, but they don't want to be Arab. It's super weird. They're like, oh no, we're not Arab, but we're not African. And then I'm like, so, and they're just like, we're Sudanese. And I'm like, what is happening? And it's just really sad. I did get an identity crisis, and it's weird because like we've taken from the African culture, but we've also taken from the Arab culture. So there's this mix that no one really understands. But then at the same time, there's like all this colorism, and I guess you like, it's a hard one. It's a real hard one unless you look into your history and your family history and you try to find out what happened. And sometimes you don't get the full picture, but it's hard. So like I can see why like both of you have these views. Like people used to move about everywhere. So like I guess it's hard. And I guess it's hard to say that all these people are part of this group or all of those people are part of that group because we don't know. Like different people had their different paths and like different people mixed and we don't really know. But yeah, I just thought I would put in what I found.
That is quite interesting, Nani. Um, I have through my own research come upon a theory or the ideology that a lot of the tribes that are in Africa were actually pushed into Africa, particularly around what they would like to say when the Moors got kicked out of Europe. Now, going back to that etymology of Moor, they're just saying the dark people of Europe were kicked out, not particularly saying that Moroccans were kicked out, but just the dark people were kicked out because there were dark people from Europe. Okay, Europe is right over Africa. How is it that we got this imaginary line and people can't even think that the melanin could walk across the Mediterranean and be in Europe? Like, come on now, people. So I think that a lot of those tribes and stuff from Africa were actually pushed into Africa through that ethnic cleansing going on. You can even see as far away as German and Russia that there's a dark royal history to all those countries. Every single last one of those countries have some type of uh, uh, um, idealized character in their history that's melanated. I don't care if you're talking about Buddha or the Black Madonna or any of their older historical relevance, even when it comes to the kings and queens of Europe, they go back to dark people. So I would like to say that a lot of those people in Africa were actually pushed there through that ethnic cleansing going on, and they were just pushing out the dark-skinned original people of those lands. And I would like to say too, the whole ideology that dark skin only comes from Africa only pushes the ideology that we only come from this spot. When there's evidence that dark skinned people inhabited every continent, literally. So I want to say that through colonization, they have tricked us to think that we only originate from one landmass, Africa, meaning they want our only thought of our homeland to only be of Africa when we have many homelands. We actually, our homeland is the whole planet. We have ties back to every continent, melanin people. Not saying that we're all the same, but I believe that melanated people have ties back to every continent. And there are indigenous tribes that are melanated on every continent that it's supposed to be their land. But somehow or another, they've tricked us to believe that we were only secluded to one part of the planet. And that leaves the rest of the world up for colonization. I'll land on that.
I just wanted to say happy Monday, y'all. I don't want to steer the combo, but I just felt like someone needed to hear it. Happy Monday. I hope you guys have an extraordinary week. The room's not shutting down. I just wanted to say that to you guys. And yeah, remember gratitude, being grateful for little things. Sometimes we focus on the hard things in our life and the troubles and the bad things happening. And a lot of times it's because we're not appreciating the little things. So if you focus on those things, on the good things, it really will shift, your day, your week, and your reality. So much love to everybody.
And I want to say happy Monday to you all also, and let you all know that you are very special people.
Thank you, Lilette. And Lilette, this week I'm sending off your pack finally. I know it's been taking forever, but I want you to know I did not forget to send your other pack that I need to, and your other special things that I was going to send to you. So, are you going to be home this week? You're not out of
Yes, I
town,
will.
right?
I will be home.
Okay. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize to the rabbit hole. I just hate blanket statements like that Moorish doctrine. I find it to be, um, I'm trying to be respectful, not a proper way of understanding people's culture and origins. To blanketly throw over the curtain of Moorishness over everyone, just like they like to blanket all dark skinned people as being African. I really hate those type of ideologies.
You ain't the only one. I tell people at work, do not call me no fucking African American. We have Africans that work here. Do I look like I'm an African? No. I look far more different. Body build, facial structure, head shape, hand length, patterns on the palm of our hands. This is compared to like 3 or 4 black people or American Aborigines compared to Africans. Africans' palms look like tigers. Like the lines, the actual lines in your hands, they're so fucking dark that you wouldn't even believe it. But then you go look at an older Aboriginal American or a younger, the patterns in our hands are so light they almost fade away. So that's how they didn't even get on the dials, on the Indian dials. Remember, they tried to infiltrate the Indians of the Aboriginal Indians of America's census records by saying that they were what American Indian or American Aborigine. So the Africans actually they had to do it twice. They had to go back and look at what these Africans put on the dials. And was like, bro, y'all don't even look nothing like these damn people. Like, bro, come on. How the hell you look like you say you look like Emmett Smith, but yet you look like goddamn Manute Bone.
And besides, he's the one that left with his panties in a bunch.
I wanted them to stay around for that reading of the etymology. I really wanted to hear him on what he had to say about that.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, you know what's funny? Motherfuckers would be quick to call a fucking Indian with red skin a native, but not knowing what the fuck they actually saying. It's like, dude, guess what? The people that got off the boats, guess what they are too? They're native to the country too. It's like, dude, a native doesn't equate to an aborigine. Like, like a guy, he has a girl, Indian girlfriend, but he calls her native, not Indian. And I'm like, no, I'm Indian and she is native. You understand the dialect that you're using. You got to use these words. You're just not talking to some sponge or like a person that doesn't have any verbiage or vocabulary or a expanding vocabulary along with Google to to actually to say what you're saying. Like, do you know what you're actually saying? And he just looked at me like, what? Like, bro, that's not a thing. She's Indian, bro. A native is a motherfucking Italian that came here from Sicily. Now you become a native, and then you get a family, become a resident.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know even the historical relevance of when that word was even being used. It was actually being used by native born descendants of immigrants. So, right now, if everyone looks up the nativist political party, it says the nativists went public in 1854 when they formed the American Party, which was especially hostile to immigrants of Irish Catholics and campaigned for laws to require longer wait time between immigration and naturalization. They were also known as the Know Nothing Party. Yeah, this is where you get your native term actually being referred to historically of descendants of immigrants that were born here. You can even hear a reference if anyone has watched Gangs of New York.
That shit
The
funny as
beginning,
right, B.
the beginning scene is the two immigrants, right? And they're fighting on both sides. One side refers to themselves as natives. You know, the butcher guy, he refers to himself as a native because he was born here in
Yeah,
America.
B.
If you look up the definition of what a native is, it refers to your birthplace, not your ancestral lineage. Naturalization is another key term, to be naturalized, to then become a native. You know, I just want people to also think about this. They've so called made the Indian term derogatory. Why? To erase the true history. Indian was the word used always. I don't care what anyone says, and I have proof to back me up. It was not called the Native Removal Act. It was called the Indian Removal Act. It's not called the Bureau of Native American Affairs. It's called the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Now you see what I mean? So when he calls his girl that, it's like, whoa. Funny as fuck. Because you know why. You know why, right? Because he's the opposite. He's Italian. So if he's Italian calling her NATO, what is that doing to her society and her conscience? Like she doesn't even know he's denigrating actually what she's supposed to be.
They play word games, you know. And unfortunately, they have changed and redefined terms. They've removed logos. Think about why did they change the logo for the Cleveland Indians? Why did they just do all of that recently? Why did that mascot look highly melanated?
He looked black to me, right? Or melanated, aborigine.
Hey, they use that same face on another team called the Niggers. Look it up. Look up baseball team Niggers. It's that same Indian face on the logo. I also want to tie that into the definition of what a nigger is. Look up the Oxford Dictionary definition of nigger. If you, excuse my language, but this is only for teaching purposes. If you go down to definition 3A, it will say use derogatory in early US in reference to American Indians. Hmm, interesting.
Where did
So they
everybody
call,
go?
oh, I don't know. Well, clearly in the dictionary, it defines in early US, they called Indians niggers. My question would be is, when did they stop calling so-called Indians niggas and called so-called black people niggas only. When did
But
that happen in history?
you see how fast that got you back to the originality of what we're talking about. Like just me saying that brought you all the way back past the Moors, past all that, back to originally the circumstances. I'm at work too, so I gotta get the fuck off of here. Sorry, guys. Bless. Good morning, Dolly. Bless you, Dolly. Love you. And Butters, if you're still on here. Love you, but Butters. God dang, I love you.
I would just like to point out, just it was the definition of American that applied to the Aboriginal or copper color races. It's not the definition of native. See, that's a difference. The actual definition of American means the Aboriginals or copper color races found here by the Europeans, but now applies to the descendants of the Europeans, aka a native, to be born somewhere.
Talk about it, J-Mo.
Oh yeah, I just want to throw this out here. Earlier, I was talking about Alaska and how I think the Russians have a close tie to early colonization here, which was never really explained to us. One of the proofs I have is when I was digging into the Russian American company, which was a company tag team with America and Russia back in the early 1800s. The Russian American company had close dealings with the American Fur Company. Look at these companies, please, people, I beg you. The Russian American company was sold to the US government in 1867 through the Treaty of Sessions, in which now this company is still around. It's just called the Alaska Commercial Company. Let me get into. There was a prime minister of Russia in 1810, and he was a minister to the United States. His name happened to be Fyodor Palin. Palin. Interesting name. There was the governor of Alaska named Sarah Palin. When I
That's
started to
right.
look up the names of Palin now, the only difference between the 1810 Fyodor Palin and Sarah Palin is that Sarah Palin's name is spelled Palin. His name was spelled Palen.
But you know what? Her last name may not come from her and came from marriage.
Oh yes, yes, but it is quite interesting that there was a prime minister of Russia to America in 1810 with the last name Palin. And when you trace that name back to Russia, it's actually spelled again Pahlen. You know how they say when people move over here, they Americanize their names and they may change their names? I can clearly see how that Pahlen turned into Palen and then Palin.
Yeah, because my friend, well, we were friends. I know this girl whose last name is from PR. However, um, they all have it's like it could be spelled in a variety of different ways.
Even on the census records, a name like Whitener, Whitener, can be misspelled as Whitner. So you see many misspelled names on the census, especially when we weren't allowed to fill in the census record ourselves.
Yeah, because my brother, my youngest brother, we don't have the same dad. And his last name is constantly misspelled, where the last letter, if instead of it being an A, they put a O a lot of times.
But we also don't necessarily call us what they put us on the census for. You know, when you're doing your family research, you have to look for all kinds of spelling because the census writer wrote whatever they wanted, but that doesn't mean that's what we go by, right?
Oh no, that's true. We know how we spell our name for sure. We know how they wrote it, and we know how they misspelled it as well.
If you really knew the definition of the word name, the symbolization definition, it's something give you to think about. Names actually was supposed to be from the mother, the matriarchy, and somewhere along the line it got switched to be a man thing.
I'll
And
read
do
the
you know,
definition, the
and
etymology of the word name. So, name as a noun, word by which a person or thing is denoted. Old English name, what does that say? No, noma, Noma, name, reputation, from Proto Germanic, Naman, Naman, source also of Old Saxon, Namo, Old Frisian, Frisian, Nama, Old High German, Namo, German name, Middle Dutch name, Dutch Naam, Old Norse, Nafin, Gothic, Namo, name, from Pi, Pie, root no men, name in quotation marks, meaning a famous person is from the 1610. Man of name, man of distinction is from 1400s, meaning one's reputation. That which is commonly said of a person is from the 13th century as a modifier, meaning well known. It is attested by 1938 in the name of, in behalf of the authority of used in invocations, etc., is by late 14th century. Name dash day, the day sacred to the saint whose name a person bears, is by 1721. Name brand, product made by a well known company, is from 1944. Name dropper, person who seeks to impress others by mentioning a well known person in a familiar way, is by 1947. Name child, one named out of regard for another, is attested by 1830. The name of the game. Um, and I'll drop
it,
that link in the chat.
it wasn't until 1850 or 1860 until Danes stopped taking on simply the name of their father. The girls were known as daughter of Sven, is Sven's daughter, and the boys were known as son of or Sven Sen, Sven's son in the other Nordic countries. But the women maintained their last name when they got married, so they were still daughter of Sven. They didn't stop that until, I want to say 1860 or so. The women started taking on their married last name, and it only lasted maybe 120 years. Now the women want to keep their names again. So it's kind of cool. And the church records were so amazingly clear when it was the woman's name and the husband's name and then the name of their child. And from there, you could know what they were going to call the child based on, son of so and so or daughter of so and so. Anyway, I just thought it was pretty cool. They let the women maintain their family heritage.
Okay, so here's the definition that I was speaking of. Name. Of all the symbols invented by incessantly symbolizing humanity, names are probably the most significant. The essence of human society and communication is language, which is name giving, naming things in the very process of creation in many archaic myths. Naming people often meant bestowing life or soul upon them. Egyptians postulated a named soul, Ren, bestowed by every mother on her newborn child, along with the baptism of her milk. Ancient India recognized only named children as fully living members of the clan. An infant who died before receiving its name was not mourned because it was considered soulless. The Burmese still believe that a midwife must pronounce the child's name the instant it is born, otherwise, an evil spirit will give it a bad luck name and it will die. The privilege of naming children was one of the first privileges coveted by patriarchal groups because it was so important in maintaining the matrilineal succession of the earlier matriarchal clan. Mothers gave life and also souls represented by the names they handed down to their descendants. Chinese family names are still made with a sign meaning woman, dating from the time when people knew their mothers but not their fathers. Irish and Welsh divine and heroic groups are named after mothers, not the father. In the older strata of Celtic tradition, it is common for heroes to be matronymus, the father's name being omitted. Despite the list of begates, Old Testament newborns were given names only by their mothers. Like the similar Brahmin patriarchal custom of paternity recitation, the biblical begats were obviously deliberate attempts to reverse the old system of matrix nomenclature. The great goddess, often considered the source of all names, possessed multiple names because every clan traced its origin and the origin of its soul name back to her in one way or another. Egyptians prayed to Isis of the myriad names. India worshipped thousand named Kali. The multiplicity of God's names were copied from this earlier tradition, but many lists still retain incongruously female names. Of the famous 99 names of Allah, a majority are female or reflect female characteristics. It is the same with the secret names of God, usually set at a more modest 72, but different lists, of course, differ. It was always important for priests and magicians to know the secret soul names of their deities because they imagined that control of deities' names meant control of the deities' actions. Such is ever the case with human beings. The language makers who constantly confuse their own words with that which the words represent. Magicians of the early medieval period claimed to derive all of their powers from knowledge of the holy names. A magician's formula ran, whatever I say must happen, for I am the Son of the living God. I have been united with thy sacred form. I have been empowered by thy sacred name. Yet many magical formulae of the period were preserved from an earlier matrilineal system when the names of the fathers were not used. Magical papyri refer to people by their maternal names only, as X, whose mother is Z. Christian liturgies, prayers, invocations, blessings, baptism, and all other procedures were largely based on name magic. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost was the all-purpose formula that accomplished everything. The writing of names on tombstones was another derivation from ancient beliefs that reading or speaking the name of the dead will help preserve the ghosts in the other world. The formula God rest him, accompanying the name of a dead man, was based on the fear that speaking of his name would bring his ghost out of the grave to haunt the speaker. It was a custom of Roman pagans borrowed by later Christians. The multiple secret names of God also remained popular throughout the Middle Ages. The church itself sold amulets printed with many secret names of God, guaranteed to preserve the bearer from any evil death from done.
Thank you, Dolly. Where were you reading from?
A book about symbols and sacred objects.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I've been doing this in my room for a little while now, and it just so happens that every time I pop open this book and I do the book reads, we come in here and boom, y'all talking about the same things we were doing in my room.
Hello.
You ahead of the wave, Dolly.
So, what's in the name?
Guess it depends on who gave it to you.
Hours of the name.
Since we hit on names, I love to talk about certain things that are perpetuated, that are highly, highly damaging to the psyche and understanding of people's history. Um, so when they say that we all have slave master's last name, that's some bullshit. Okay, I'm telling you right now, that is some goddamn bullshit. All right.
And
First fact,
Jamar, not
yes,
only did people have that name, but for example, like with us, I don't know about everybody else, but you see, like in Spanish town, I'm gonna just call it that. Names like Del Valle means that that tribe came from the valley areas. Del Rio, they came from the river areas. The Montanas, their tribe lived in the mountains. So they had the first name that the mother gave them, but the last name usually meant that they were from a certain area or land, if that makes sense.
totally does. The people from where I'm at, Long Island, they were called the Rockaway people. If you look back the interpretation, because that's a anglicized or their interpretation of the word. It was actually pronounced Rekawaki, which is eventually changed into Rockaway, and it actually meant place of many laughing waters. Hey, I'm
And you
telling you,
notice, Jamar, you notice that here in New York, we got like the biblical names like Bethlehem, Bethsaida, New York. We got the Rome, New York. Um, a lot of the biblical names of the places they're here in New York.
oh yes, yes, not even those type of names, but even indigenous names. There's,
Wakanda.
there's a lot. There's a lot of places here that still has its indigenous name.
Yeah,
I'm
the
on Long
13
Island.
clan mothers has something to do with that. You know, we had 13 colonies here, right? But they were actually the 13 tribes that belonged to the 13 clan mothers.
So not all people here in America were slaves, or I'll say, quote unquote, black slash African American. That whole modern interpretation. If you look back into the records, there were always free people of color here. I don't care what time you talk about. There were always free people of color here. Yet they want to convince you that every person of color was just a slave, and to
Well,
convince
if you
you,
live down south, Jamar, if you live down south, like past the Mason Dixon line, anybody who lived underneath, south of the Mason Dixon line, they may have gone through that. Anybody north of the Mason Dixon line, yeah, they were the free colored people.
not particularly. And I only say that because I have ancestry coming out of Georgia heavily and North Carolina. I have a confederate. I have what is it? I believe it's four. It may be even five Confederate grandfathers, men of color, fighting on the Confederate side. Don't fall for the hijack that the Civil War was about slavery. It's not what it was about. It was about the North bringing the South underneath its rule. And this slavery narrative is so damaging, so damaging. Where in some instances, if your people were free people of color and they took, say, certain actions to protect their own family, it will look like a grandmother owned her grandchildren. Because legally, that's how you could protect from them being stolen or trafficked away from you. Because now they were considered the family's property or the grandma's property. Therefore, she would have some type of recourse if someone actually took their family members. I don't think a lot of people know that story, you know, but I'll land on that. And the majority of slaves, right? This is another thing people don't get. The majority of your richest slave owners came after the ending of the transatlantic or the African slave trade, which is actually during your antebellum period, about your 1820s until your 1830s, 1840s. The African slave trade ended in 1808 when it got made illegal. You would notice, look up this guy, two guys, partners, was one of the biggest partners in the slave trade, called Armfield and Franklin. Their business was trafficking people from the north down to the south, and they was one of the richest slave owners by just trafficking people from the north to the south. Interestingly enough, their company was actually sold to the company that stole Solomon Norfolk. You know the guy from what is it, 18 Years a Slave? Yeah, they were literally trafficking free people of color from the north to the south.
Well, any last words? We have 7 minutes left. So I guess we will be meeting back up at 11. Thank you all for sharing, for pulling up. You are an essential part of the rabbit hole. May your Monday be dope. Don't forget to be kind to yourself today. And I'll see you guys later at 11 or
See you
tomorrow
at 11.
morning.
Thank you, Dolly.
Thank you, Dolly. Bless you.
Don't be closing your mic now, motherfucker.
My turn. I have freshly made male soaps that I made yesterday. They're ready for the buying. My website is linked to my IG. You can find my IG on my bio here. Thank you for your patronage.
Awesome sauce. Dolly, tell the people what I've seen that there's like a certain oak smell that the men seem to like in their soaps. Is that true? Like there's like a oak smell or some type of oil or something that the men like in their soaps and
Well,
stuff?
well, you see, I don't think it works like that. I think that the men usually get this anything that's scented like in a masculine type of way to attract the women and vice versa. But I noticed that men are different in the smells that they like on themselves, so that could vary. Now, the thing is, what scent attracts the man and makes them want to pull up to your bumper is what's important.
Nice.
So the name of the scent that I use, because men like the teak wood, the oud, OUD scent. But I noticed that it's this one fragrance oil that I have that I make the men's body butters and soap with. And my goodness gracious. Oh, yeah, it's that good.
Better than Old Spice. Y'all better get up on it.
But I noticed that men like to be around scents that are citrusy because it enhances their mood.
That is very true. That is very true.
So I was just in another room real quick, and they were talking about the Alexander, the guy, the Indian dude real quick, and basically saying that he was a cool dude here on Clubhouse, and maybe they suggested that he said that he used to be gay, but then he became into some knowledge or whatever, and he became a politician. And I'm just like, yo, 2023 has taught me one thing specifically, especially when my nieces went to they heard me talking one day, and they just was like, "Oh, Shiv, um, you sound blah blah blah." I'm like, "Sound what?" I'm just saying what I my knowledge is, like what I've seen. And they're like, "Yeah, um everybody should be just fluid." And I'm like, I'm quite fluid. Like, I don't see what's wrong. Like, we flow like water, like, and we should continue to do so, to love humanity as they are, as long as they're not hurting kids. Please continue to be who you are in your own bedrooms. That's all I'm saying. And it's nobody's business what you do in there, whether you like to get pegged, or whether you don't like to be touched, or whatever the fuck it is that you do inside of your own natural self with your partner. That's your business. So as y'all go around the app today, seeing what they're talking about with this guy Ari, just know, if he never said, or you haven't seen him be a pedophile, give him a little grace to find out the whole truth while you discovering what's going on, because these politicians are up for distracting us with their bedroom business right now, instead of looking at the bigger picture. Why is nobody talking about who really blew up that Nord Stream pipeline that sent that whole that the animals beaching themselves? And y'all know, we've been saying, I remember when Dolly even said, like, yo, what about that 5,000 miles of the fuck is it again? The five that fucking
Seaweed, right?
yes,
Algae.
yes. All of that was coming over here. It didn't
And
just
the
stop.
blue things in South Carolina, I mean, in South of California, they got these blue things popping up on the shores too.
What's the blue things now?
Some weird blue thing, I forgot the name of the shit, but
The
it's some
sharks,
weird
Oh
the
my
blue
mini
shit.
sharks, the baby sharks, is it? Or that jelly shit?
It's like a jelly, yeah, it's like a
They're like
jellyfish thing.
mini man of war.
exactly. And so, my cousin got stung by a man of wars. Do you know that that thing can kill
Yeah, they're
you?
violent.
The man of war is a jellyfish that, once those little things touch your fucking body, it electric shocks. It can kill you. My cousin, he lived because we were able to get him.
They paralyze you, so if you're out swimming, it's bad.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And so, guys, Please, if you get a chance
And
today
don't
to check
forget the
out,
Dolphins in New York now.
yes, they were beaching themselves. Guys, pay attention to
Yeah,
nature
tide
today.
coming again on the East Coast.
Pay attention to nature today. Pay attention to nature today. If you stop or you thought that, oh, it's just rain. Oh, the airport is underwater. Oh, guys, pay attention to nature. And me personally, I implore you, if you have a little space that you can go into outside and put your arms up to the sky and ask your higher power for some grace on this, just do so. Nobody will know that you did it. We talked earlier on about interconnectedness and the way that we don't even realize that without other people putting restraints on us, we had all rights to go outside and ask into the you look up and what you see, that's your reality. Put your hands up there and command yourself some power and say, I desire for this to be a reality, that I am safe, that my peoples are safe, and that this whatever is happening that is benevolent to the conductive nature of productivity for my legacy be safe. Ask for it, and it is yours. Put your hands up and ask and say what you desire. You are in total control, and nobody knows what, from your end of the spectrum, what is interconnected with you. Even those that don't believe it say that you are in control of your well being. Ask for it, it is yours. Today, just now, right now, yesterday, and moving forward. It is yours, and why not? Who's gonna check you? They don't know that you're connected. They will never care if you are or not. You stop the bad things, you start the good things. You are in control of all of the above. And who's gonna tell you differently? Just do it. Just do it.
Before we end, right? Because you mentioned
For
the
sure.
Ari dude. Now, some months back, sometime last year, I tried to tell y'all this shit. I sincerely sat in here and I tried to tell y'all. And I'm gonna tell y'all again. Brace yourselves. Because a lot of these people that y'all bow down and idolize, all these celebrities and politicians and shit, they was gonna be falling off their thrones. You see, a lot of these puercos, give me a second, that be hurting these children and women, they are gonna fall. And I can't wait. Especially the motherfuckers that been grooming children online since the internet started. hmm Those maricones should have thought twice before they came into my threshold. hmm
I hope so, Dolly.
They didn't know you was going to see it. They didn't think you had the eye for it. They didn't think that you were interconnected enough to figure it out. And you know what?
No,
That's
I asked, just like you said, put your hands up and ask.
mm-hmm.
And what I did was I opened up my motherfucking mouth and I put my tongue loose. And I'm going to sit here and wait till all of them drop like flies and the maggots that they are. Molded be.
I love it, love it, love it. And guys, listen, and when they do start to fall down, we just gonna be here in the rabbit hole, observing, and speaking about what we saw. And this is the great part, is that all of
And
you
y'all
guys
gonna all say, y'all remember Dolly said that?
and we're gonna commemorate all of these visions, all of everything that we seen, and put them on blast.
That'll teach a motherfucker to fuck with my family.
They thought they was gonna be okay, a-okay. No, I'm sorry, not without my thumb, motherfucker. Not without my thumb
But the
throwing
thing
that
is, but is I kept trying to
mm,
tell people. I even opened up a room once on here behind that. And
mm-hmm,
guess what? Nobody showed up like always. But yes, I was even speaking to Sensei about this last year, about opening up a room in regards to this,
mm-hmm,
because a lot of our boys are being affected by this. This is where a lot of the incel shit is coming from, where a lot of the anger among these young men is coming from. Because
yes.
now what it is, since they're being groomed by these men online, it's fucking with them, not knowing what the sexuality they want to be with, because now they're feeling violated virtually.
Mm,
And believe me when I tell you, I've spoken to other mothers out there whose sons have gone through this and are going through issues with their sons now as far as behavioral changes. I've been trying to tell people this shit. This shit has been happening. Minecraft, Roblox, what's that
mm,
other fucking Fortnite shit?
mm,
They look, my heads are standing. They're fucking out there. I've been trying to tell y'all this for a while. They after them kids on these social media apps, but nobody fucking listens. I've been trying to tell people this, because when I tell you this shit came to my motherfucking backyard, FBI all up in my mother's house, in my mother's house,
mm,
because my nephew was wilding the fuck out. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm. Which one would he play?
He played all them games. He grew up on all them. You know, the mother was never really doing the thing, like, monitoring that this shit. Shit happens. I'm not gonna
Mm-hmm.
blame her either. I'm not gonna blame nobody's parent. I'm gonna blame the motherfucking monsters that even attempt to do this fuckery.
Mm. And those games that you just spoke about are in my vision, because I have a friend who recently told me that his son told him that, oh, dad, I am this way, out of nowhere, out of nowhere. And then I remember he has another little son, because this was the big son. The son graduated college, all that. And when he told me, oh, I don't know what to feel. My friend is, he's the one that told me, I don't know what to feel, but my big son just told me this. He's in a fraternity. He went to college. He wasn't with the mother, but the son grew up and eventually, graduated college and told him like, "Yo, dad, I'm this way." And my friend told me and asked me what I said. Yo, all you can do is love him. That's it. It's a phase, and whatever he deals with in his phase is none of your business. At least he was solid enough to tell you this. And so he got a younger son, that big kid's brother, the younger one. And I remember the son was addicted to Fortnite, addicted to Roblox, and all these. He every
And
time you
let me
see him.
tell you, I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry to cut in, but
No, it's okay.
I even tried to tell y'all that day when the 10-year-old little boy shot his mother. He was 10, right? For the Oculus. When that little boy did that, I'm telling you, my spirit stirred, and I was like, I know somebody was grooming him. That little boy was so thirsty to get that Oculus so that he can see whoever the fuck was putting him onto. Because how the little boy went and turned off the surveillance in the house and all type of shit. I'm telling you, somebody was grooming that little boy to the point where he killed his own fucking mother.
I
Online,
feel the same way, Dolly. I
grooming
feel
him
the same
online.
way. Yeah, I feel like Dolly. They groomed him online, then lured him or tried to convince him to get the headset so you could do that virtual reality viewing, because they got porn that you could look like 3D, like you in the room with the people. So yeah, that shit dangerous, yo, for kids. Oh my god.
Yeah, so guys,
Remember that
this
episode of Black Mirror? Just
yes.
remember,
Were you talking about the one with the guy cheating on his wife?
with the
And they was
two dudes in the video game.
yes. Oh
You know, it's
my
another real good one to
God.
watch about that.
Go ahead.
It's called the name of the show is called Peripheral. If anybody remembers the girl from the Kick-Ass movie that played Hit Girl, she plays in this show. Her brother was in the military with an integrated AI unit. They have the AI shit integrated where they could control drones and all that other stuff. So he was into gaming. And whenever him and his team get stuck, his sister would take before they had the Oculus shit, it was like a headpiece, and you just close your eyes and you immerse in the game. And she would like kick ass or whatever and get them out of a whatever little fire zone or hole they was in or whatever. She had her own little ways of doing stuff, and this was paying for her mother's medicine. So another company that was beta testing a new unit actually immerses you in the game, and it actually affects the human body and the psyche as well. So she would have to go, she would have to, I guess like take a break between sessions or whatever because some of the shit that happens in the game takes a toll on your body. And they found out it wasn't a fucking game. This was literally 70 years in the future. They created a time loop or peripheral to send this technology back 70 years back, and that's how the military had the integrated AI shit. I mean, that show goes real deep on some shit, and they show how it's used in gaming, and it's always gaming has always been a tool of like military, CIA. Hold on. Ever since what was the movie War Games or whatever when they were just playing Battleship, like simple shit. This is how they recruit a lot of genius motherfuckers or whatever through there. But they have this wizards and warlocks war games and shit that's going on right now, and a lot of confidential information and a lot of pedophile network shit is literally passed through the gaming. These kids that be on Xbox Live and PlayStation and all that other shit, they don't know who they be talking with. You don't know who you're gaming with. Some of those people are government agents, CIA, you name it.
That part.
So yeah, when y'all say groom, yeah, they being groomed because just like you said, that 10-year-old boy, whatever, like it was crazy. They say the uncle came to see him and he was like, why am I still locked up if my game came in the mail? He wasn't even concerned about the mom at all. He was like, where's my game? Like, what the fuck? That shit is not natural.
Even with that, like you can control the servers that the person that's playing on. You can literally manipulate the servers to put them into specific types of servers. Like if you're talented, they usually call it skill ranks in the game that puts you into a certain way. But if you think different, because I was a person that when I used to play the game, I used to always think out the box, and I would catch myself in rooms with people that were on the top and most of the creators, but like it literally separates people by their thought process. Some people will look at it like they're extremely talented, but they'll be in the lower class of talented minds. But even with that, with the placement of it, understanding the algorithm of children, even smart children, it will put them in specific rooms. So it's crazy. It's like a educational system that they have complete control over, and they are watching the development of the mind from the time that from whatever age you are on, from that moment on. They can already tell what type of your thought patterns and how your mental ability is, if you're confined to society the way that it wants you to be, or if you're blind to certain things and open, because the gaming just mimics your subconscious into virtual reality to where it's recorded basically.
Yeah, you're right. Um, that's why a lot of people, I don't know if it's been covered in here or not, but it's like when we talk about Facebook, like Mark Zuckerberg is just the face of that shit. The same day DARPA was with, I guess Congress told them that the shit was too invasive, their lifelong program that they wanted to put out and everything. The same day it was scrapped, hours later, Facebook started because it's a lot of these apps or whatever are literally life log broken down into bits and pieces. Basically, that's all it is. Where they're pretty much monitoring your social media behavior to the point where if you're typing something and you go to delete a word, they know what you're gonna put in place of that and everything. You know that's what their algorithms are pretty much training to guess or figure out the human mind and everything.
Yeah, it's crazy. Even like your Apple profile. Like I have two different phones that I use, and in one phone I intentionally don't complete I don't proofread when I write. So you ever see how on Instagram it'll tell you, oh, start this sentence like this, and then keep pressing the middle button to see what sentence it writes. If the sentence keeps going on as incomplete sentences, it's because the way that you make mistakes and everything. But my business phone, when I press it, it comes up as complete structured sentences. So yeah, like it really like is a way to, it really reads your algorithm and tries to mimic your thought process when you fucking use it.
Yep, that's why mine is all fucked up because I do shit differently the same way.
Part of the reason I'm ignorant as hell, the point that it won't allow you to use certain words like nigga or something like that. Sometimes slang can save you from their algorithm, because as we know, it says like compute, even the I don't know if it was the chat GPT thing, but it was some like AI that people were communicating with, and it couldn't understand black, like it couldn't understand like our culture, the black culture. So it sees so many things as we do as mistakes, and it didn't know how to interpret or read it, so it would just come up as fucking mistakes whenever it was dealing with it.
Yeah, guys, it's like it's a trip. Um, I there's this organization called like Watchdog, I think, and along the lines of what Dolly was saying, I mean, they'll have like these undercover people that set up these accounts pretending to be an 11-year-old kid on IG, and within minutes, like hours, they'll have hundreds and hundreds of followers and all types of propositions from these just whack pedos that are out there targeting our kids. So we gotta, like what you all have been saying, monitor what our kids are doing. Because sometimes something looks innocent. Like I remember many, many years ago, we were coming back from a road trip. And this is just an example. And, my kids were like watching a video on the phone in the back seat. And it was My Little Pony, right? Like it was like, My Little Pony, and all of a sudden it's like, fuck you, like in the middle of it. You know what I mean? So even things that are seemingly innocent, like we gotta be totally vigilant and watching and teaching our kids what the crazy things that these predators are going to say to them, and how they're going to target them and what's acceptable and what's not. And when you're constantly having those conversations, then your kids come to you with things that are weird. Like there was one time there was a kid that, I have a teenage daughter, and there was a kid. Well, we're pretty confident that it was a man, pretending to be a kid, because you have all this voice stuff going on, and they were pretending to be another like 14-year-old kid in another state, and we had a big old intervention, you know what I mean, like with my daughter, just kind of, all of her friends are there, like, no, like, there's technology for this is not a 14-year-old kid. And I was so blessed to have like this crew of kids. One of my friends was in town visiting, and we all just like sat around and had like a real intervention with my kid, like trying to teach about all the advancements in these technologies that anybody can get on. I mean, even on this app, we were talking in here last night about this dude that comes on with different accounts and whatever, changes their voice. There's things that we really need to teach our children about, so that they're safe, and really watch what they're doing and go through their stuff, etc. Because yeah, you guys are right. There's all kinds of weird stuff happening with this, as predictive programming, like, when you think something and then it shows up in your feed, like you're like, I never even said that out loud. You just like think it. And that's kind of what Adrian was talking about, like that predictive programming. It's a trip how they are after our children. So be vigilant, and if you have kids, nephews or nieces or whatever, like try to teach them about all this stuff, in as simple language as you can, so that they're safe and aware and mindful and street smart. It's too legit. I'm done.
Hey, can I ask a question? Um, would y'all let if you got children, right? Would you let a stranger just simply walk through your front door and come into your home? The
Negative.
answer, the answer would be no, right? That's basically what you're doing when you hand a iPad to your child. YouTube. You allowing all these different strangers, countless strangers, come into your home that you don't even know, right? You allow them into your home, and you allow them to speak to your child when you hand them that iPad and put them on YouTube. These are strangers. You don't know these people. You don't know what their agenda is. You don't even know what their background is. Nothing. That's what happens when you give a child an iPad for hours on end and just walk away. If you wouldn't do that to your actual home, then I don't think you should do it when you hand them that device and allowing them to be on YouTube. And the reason why I say that, because y'all, these algorithms push the things that they want to these children. And a lot of these children can't even skip to the next video or whatever, right? So they're just playing this shit for hours on end, and they're just sitting there watching it. Can't control it, can't do anything. They're just staring at a screen and just watching whatever the hell pops up next on the screen. Back in the day, I used to say that YouTube was the visual manifestation of ADHD, right? Because you can go on YouTube for like a how-to video on how to mount a ceiling fan or something, right? And 4 or 5 videos later, now this shit is talking about the Great Depression and shit. Like, wait, what? How the fuck did we end up here on this rabbit hole, right? And that's what YouTube used to do back in the day, and to some cases, it still does do that. Like 4 or 5 videos later, you're on a whole nother topic that you didn't even intend to be on when you initially came on YouTube. What do you think that's doing to children's brains?
That reminds me too of like of TikTok. I remember like my kid's dad let them get that, and I allowed it for 2 days, because at first I thought, okay, there's all these cool videos of these kids, dancing with their parents or whatever. But then same thing, just like that little pony video, boom, all of a sudden it's like, fuck you, you fucking bitches, or like whatever, you know, and I'm like, what is this crap? Like, whatever. So I made them get it off their phones. Same thing. You know, the kids will be watching something kid friendly and then all of a sudden it's not kid content. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's really important to monitor that. And I agree with you. I think that's really important. Like, I know the shit my kids are watching, and I'm really surprised. Like, if any of the other parents with teenagers in here, like, you know, there's this guy, Darman, and he puts out these really nice videos full of morals about kids spoiled or someone that was really rude, and like at the end there's always a moral of the story. And I'm like really surprised when I meet other parents and I know that their kids are on tech and they don't know who this dude is, or Mr. Beast, or you know what I mean, like they don't know who some of these huge YouTube influencers are that the kids, you know, because I watch this stuff with them. We talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely am super over engaged with my kids to make sure that they're safe from this kind of crap. But you're absolutely true, Adrian. Like, I think that it's the same concept. Like, I would never allow a stranger into my home with my babies. So you got to be careful what they're watching. And
Well,
yeah.
don't let your kids watch My Little Pony because My Little Pony is now it's a adult men's group. I think of groomers down that the people that I mess around with and we information gather or data analysts. We analyze data information around us. That group, you probably just want to do a little more research into My Little Pony. If it's not for kids anymore.
You have
No, well,
to like
tell me, because that I just mentioned that video. This was like maybe 6, 7 years ago. And again, I just thought it was something innocent. You know what I mean? Like, my daughter's older. So tell us. I mean, because there's maybe other parents like myself in the room that don't know. You know what I mean?
I
What
can't. I'm at work.
that
That's why I
is.
just said that. I can't.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
at work. I can't.
usually anything that's within like one thing that I've realized it from gaming, and this is why I judge people that like grown men that play Fortnite, whether they understand it or not. The psychological advances of that community is ruled by the spectrum of colors and placement. And what I mean by that is video games are supposed to mimic life, especially like war games and stuff like that. So it tends to be more gruesome and more dark so that you feel submerged into it and it feels realistic to the extent of how life is when you understand an adult struggle. The colorfulism of it is in the difference between like a game like Call of Duty and a game like Fortnite. Even when Call of Duty has colors, it's not vibrant to the point that it is submerged into a fake sense. Even this is why even the circus will use extremely bright colors, because it's an illusionistic reality to where the colors make people feel more comfortable, make it feel more relaxing, for you to not understand the subliminal things that you're being submerged in. So it's the base, like with Fortnite, which is a game about war. To them, the kids, it's more about having fun, playing, doing the dances, and just trying to be the best. So they're blind to the aspect that it's, yo, you're sitting here trying to basically like be the top survivor in that game. Like the concept of it is still dark. But now when you have adults that play that game who have that understanding, a lot of them tend to be in those games because they have predatorial instincts. They like to put themselves around things that seem openly and relaxingly more childish than the actual reality, because Fortnite is a game that's been it actually replicated another game called PUBG originally, which every game now is replicating. A person who tends to play not an adult who tends to play Fortnite, you will see has the same, most of them will have the same mental likings as children. which means they feel they can compare and they're compatible with children, which opens the door for a lot of pedophilia, of a lot of these pedophiles to be on that platform communicating with children in like-mindedness.
Just like Roblox in the chat rooms and things of that nature, Minecraft and all that shit. They use these mediums that, you know, attracts children, because we know one thing about predators: they will always go to where the prey are, right? And not only that, they will always get into a medium where they can have unfettered access to their victims. This is how predators operate, right? Especially pedophiles, right? And we can even take it off the gaming, right? And we can um, apply this to the real world, right? In certain occupations. Back in the day, the pedophile used to be, this archetype where, this creepy motherfucker that's fully naked underneath a trench coat near a playground playing with himself, right? That's what people used to think pedophiles were, right? Now, pedophiles have moved off of the playground and into the classrooms, right? They've moved off of the playground into professions where they can have unfettered access to their victims. And no one would even think twice and look at them, be like, nah, that ain't no pedophile. That's just a doctor, right? That's just my cow's pediatrician. Oh, that's not a pedophile. That's just the youth pastor or the community organizer or the gym coach. That's not a pedophile. No, fuck that. We know predators like to go where they can have unfettered access to their victims. You know
Even
what I'm
that,
saying?
yeah, and even that, one of the reasons they're in those early development places too is if they can get in there before you would think to teach your child about certain things, your child doesn't know what's normal and what isn't. And it's crazy because you said that. And if you were in Hocus's room last night at 6, like I joined for like 2 minutes and instantly left. It was a female that was talking about her rape experience, and when you heard the cognitive thinking while she was reciting her memory, she was like, her father used to come in the house. She thought it was normal for anytime her father to come, for her to have to wake up, whether it be 5, 6 in the morning or anything, and just go cook, clean, and take care of him and all of his friends, because that was the norm that she was taught. But it led to something gruesome down the line that when she said the next part, I had to get the fuck up out the room because that shit made me sick.
Hmm.
But it's the thing with these
I
people, they
left
look at
too,
it like it,
Brody. Wow.
yeah, yeah, bro.
Hmm.
But if if you can if they can test the waters early and see, like, it's certain things like I didn't realize, but the older I did, the older I got, the more I realized, like certain ways that as a kid a teacher would touch and rub me that I would
Hmm.
think is just normal, like,
Hmm.
and then after that I found out that another person who was around the same age had the same thing happen, but he actually slept with the teacher.
Hmm.
So to me it was just normal. I thought that was just like, oh yeah, you're doing good in school. That I didn't look at it as that was her way of seeing, like, all right, let me inch into this way to see if he knows, or to see if I can go how far I can take this.
Hmm. Incrementalization, and this is how grooming works,
Yes.
right? Through incrementalization, and grooming is basically um, the removing of one's boundaries. That's all it is, right? Um, I give a good example of how grooming works, right? And I use this analogy um, of a photographer, taking pictures of a person. At first, it may seem innocent and things of that nature, but then they start introducing money into it. Hey, you can get paid for your photos, right? And next time they come to them, hey, would you mind posing, in some biker shorts, right? Next time, you know, would you mind taking your top off? I mean, it's just in your bra, right? And I pay you, right? Hey, you like making money, right? How about, you know, removing your skirt? Now you're just in lingerie now, right? So you get the picture, right? That's how grooming works. And before you know it, they're doing full blown nudity photos over time, right? It was the slow incrementalization of removing one's boundaries and making them comfortable, and moving them into a space whereas they otherwise would not have gone if it wasn't for the grooming. And this is where the touch boundaries comes in at, right? When they touch you and things of that nature, it's removing is basically to test the waters to see how you react. And if you don't react to, the placement of their hand on your shoulder, then I can move up to your neck. Then if you don't react, I can move down to the middle of your shoulder blades. Then if you don't react, then I can move down to the small of your back. And if you don't react, then it's off to the races after that. Right? That's how grooming works and shit. And this is how some of those people, these pedos, I'm not even gonna say some, but all, because they do use a form of grooming to, you know, entice their victims, to gain access to their victims.
See, I'm gonna tell y'all a personal story. So when I was incarcerated in 2011, it was a dude in there named Reggie. I didn't know what the fuck that dude was into. But like I had just came out the box and I was somewhat in shape, but I had lost weight because I wasn't eating too good when I was in the box. I ended up going over there and like the homies, they had a plan to get him out the house, but I didn't know that. So I was underage with the adults, and they played on my ignorance, and they sat here and was like, "Yo, this you move around like yo, your body weight is all that. Like you could like you that I bet you can't complete a workout with Reggie." So I'm like, yo, what? He's like, yo, bro, we'll cook. We got a whole meal on it that you want. So I'm like, all right. I go do the workout with Reggie. I ain't gonna lie to you. Till this day, that's like one of the worst workouts I've ever fucking did in my life. I wanted to quit halfway through, but my willpower was like, nah, bro. It wasn't even about getting the meal for me. It was just proving who I was. So I end up finishing the whole workout with Reggie. Everyone was surprised that I could even do it. But after I finished that workout, my arms was stuck at a 90-degree angle from the way that my arms swelled up. So I couldn't even like move my arms like if I really want, like trying to stretch my arms hurt. So after that, I was preparing to go take a shower, and basically like he came towards my cell, but I was already coming out. So when I came out the cell, he was like, "Yo, bro, yeah, good shit on the workout, yo, bro. You need soap? Yo, I got this soap that smell like this. I got da 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 da." And I was like, "Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good." I go take a shower, and while I'm taking a shower, there's two stalls in three north. Well, there's three stalls in three north in Rikers, and usually it's like bathrooms. You go one stall over. Someone went to the stall right next to me. So the point that it's on the top tier, the first thing you're supposed to do is naturally wash your face so you're not blinded, and because there should be no movement when you go up there. So by the time he got it up there, I washed my face. But while I'm taking a shower, I kept catching son looking at me. So I was like, yeah, I'm getting the fuck out this shit. This shit it's not sitting right with me. I go get out the shower. I see him watching me walk to get out the shower and shit. I'm like, nah, boy. I get dressed and I go into my cell. I get ready to come back out to the tier, and this nigga is getting the shit beat out of him. So I'm like, damn, what the fuck happened in the 2 minutes that fucking happened? like that got him beat the fuck up. So so we're sitting there, they lock everybody into their cells, and we're talking through the crack of the door. So one of the homies like, yo, we had to get Reggie the fuck out of here. We had to get him out of here. So I'm like, yo, what the fuck happened? What happened? And they was like, Reggie is a booty warrior. He's a warrior. So now everyone is laughing that knew what was going on. But now I'm stuck. Like, nah, what the fuck you mean by that? So basically, what they ended up breaking down was, yo, son was in there for rape. He was just released 2 weeks ago, and he was in there for raping a dude on the outside just to end up back in jail, just so he can go back to doing what he naturally does. But they used me as bait because Reggie's a big ass nigga, so they used me as bait to work out with this nigga so that he wouldn't be at his fullest when they jumped him and got him the fuck up out of there. But after that moment, I ain't feel safe, and I had to really start realizing, like, yo, anyone that's too cool with you in jail, it's because it's simple things like that that would make them a predator. So never overexert yourself, work out too deep, or never put yourself in a position where you can't defend yourself in any aspect of life. That is, because nigga, I almost lost the most valuable thing to a man in that moment. So yeah, like, that shit is crazy how they really do things in increments.
When you brought up that, my mind went to one name, Khalif Browder. I don't know if anyone knows the Khalif
Rest in
Browder
peace to him.
story.
Yeah,
Damn,
Yes,
Khalif,
yes.
rest in peace.
yeah. I
And that
deal with
happened
his
on
family.
Rikers.
Yeah, I deal with his family around the same time that I was locked up. I was running. I was helping with his brother to change the bail reform laws and everything like that. So yeah, like I felt the type of way because the same time that he was doing that interview, they wanted me to tell my jail story of what I'm literally taking care of also right now, what I've been taking care of for the last 30 minutes, which is the point that, once again, I told you I was underage with the adults, and it was because the city was trying to cover up the arrest and mad shit. So yeah.
I hope that in hindsight of the conversation that we're having today, let this be a wake up call, an alarm warning, you know. If you have children in your family, have the conversation with them tonight. If you're noticing that your children's behavior is changing, that they're becoming more isolated, that they're becoming more aggressive, and that little Bobby is not the sweet little Bobby he used to be, sit down with them, make them feel that it's safe to come to you. Because remember, when once they get exposed to this, what then happens is that they start becoming isolated and afraid to tell you, because remember, they're being groomed not to tell you. They may threaten them, they may coax them to the point where nobody's gonna believe you, type of thing. You gotta speak to your children, make them sure that they're safe, that they're not gonna be in trouble or nothing like that. Because once the kid feels that he or she gonna be in trouble, they're gonna close up. They're not gonna be willing to speak to you about this. You gotta make them comfortable. Speak to all your family members about this. Make it a family thing. Wake your family up. And if you got family members in your family that are like these motherfuckers, then you better manhandle them and get them the fuck away from your kids. Because this should be happening in the family, but yet nobody does shit about it. And they be covering it up and sweeping it under the rug and still be letting them family members around other motherfucking kids.
Hey yo, hey, if you know that there's a system out to get you, right? Then why are you gonna fuck with that system? I'm just, inquiring minds want to know. Like if I
So
know there's a system out to get me,
Dom,
right?
if someone's after you and
Yeah.
you know they after to rob you, you telling me
Mm-hmm.
you won't set up situations to better help your situation since you
I'm gonna
know
stop. I'm
that
gonna
people
stop
are
wearing
coming
my
after you?
chain. I'm gonna stop wearing my gold chain around my neck because I know how they get down. I'm gonna
Oh,
stop.
it's
I'm
already
not
too
gonna keep
late.
my.
It's
I'm
too
not gonna
late. They
keep my
already saw
wallet.
your gold
You
chain.
might
They
as
already saw
well
your
I'm gonna
gold
take
sell
my.
chain.
it. You
I'm
might
gonna
as
taking
well
it off
sell
then.
it.
I'm gonna take my chain off then. How about that?
So they
Like I
don't
don't
just
understand.
follow
Like
you
what?
home.
Like what? Like this is what I'm trying to understand. Like don't they show us enough? Like that they not fucking around with us? Like I don't. This is why I got. I get upset behind this shit, man. Because niggas want to go back and forth with the cops. They want to go back and forth with the law, right? They want to go back. They want to test the system, right? The system already done showed that they not fucking around, right? But y'all don't believe them? Nah, man. Listen, man. Hey, I tell my kids, listen. You can fuck with this law if you want to. Think this crack. Think these white people fucking around with your ass if you want to. That's gonna be on you. That's not gonna be on me. Yeah, why would you not want to walk on eggshells if I know that there's a system designed to lock my black ass the fuck up unfairly? Why am I gonna do anything? Why am I gonna fart the wrong way? Why am I gonna fart without permission? Why am I gonna do any of these things to agitate the system? It doesn't make sense, bro. It just doesn't make sense.
But in a
And
So
then
flip
I
you're
of
want
it,
to
basically
know
Some
how they
people don't
get
have a
saying
down.
choice
I
though.
your
want to know
you
how
don't
they get
want to
down. I
change
want to know,
anything.
show me what the fuck.
You see
Ain't no
something
changing.
wrong and you don't want to change anything. You just want to hide.
Dom, this always
There ain't
happens
no
when we let you
changing.
on
This is
the
what I'm trying to get
stage.
you to
You want to
understand.
get
There's no change.
crazy, Dom.
Look, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all, right? The system been here way before us. It's gonna be here way after us. It's no changing shit.
Cap,
No changing shit, bro. If it's
That's
cap,
what you
then
want
show
to
me that it's
believe,
cap, bro.
Dom.
Show
If
me,
that's
look,
what
no,
you want to believe, then you
show
can
me
stay
that it's
believing
cap.
that.
Listen to me. Show me that it's cap. If I'm talking cap right now, right? Show me that it's cap. Show me how niggas
don't
just get away with doing whatever they want. Show
Right? If
me.
you
I don't
shut the
see
fuck
that.
up and let somebody tell
I'm
you,
just
but you keep
nah, y'all mad.
yapping.
Go.
he said, "Nah, y'all mad. This nigga's retarded." But yeah,
They always do.
there's mad. Look, Dom, you see, that's the shit that niggas are talking about. I'm trying to show you, shut the fuck up. Like, please, like, well, let me. I apologize for that. I ain't even gonna tell you shut the fuck up. Yo, just
Yeah,
hold it down for a
that's
second.
that
So
jailhouse talk.
this nigga retarded. Didn't you get X spit in your mouth? But you know what? I ain't even gonna like. Um,
Look, if this is what we're gonna do here, I'll boom this shit right now because I'm not with this fuckery today.
All
We
right,
either
all
gonna
right, all
talk
right, all
right
right. I was
or
just
I'll
playing. I
boom
was just
this
playing.
shit.
I was just
Yeah, because every
playing.
time Dom comes in here, he throws off the whole conversation. He throws off the whole bill from what we're on because he's a guy that does not believe in shit. He's a slave in his mind.
he
Can't
just
live in that system of fear, bro.
Listen,
I can't tell
we
him what he could live in. He can live in what he decides to. But if we don't, if we don't realize that, yeah, things do change in reality. Like the same thing that Khalid brought a brother and was fighting for was getting the bail reform, which New York had got to where people were able to, if they were getting arrested for minor situations that weren't like murder or extreme violent situations or endangering the society, they didn't have to bail out, so that way they could get more of a fair trial in court. Some of the things is just the point that you don't understand the language of the land. Granted, yes, sometimes they'll still bypass that, but even in those moments, if you get it publicized, the what used to kill us easily was the point that we didn't have the internet to know the Breonna Taylor situations, the Floyd George. We didn't have the access to be able to see injustice as fast as we do now. So by the time we probably would even find out about it would be a decade later. Now that we do, we can hold certain things accountable because it really does come down to our votes. It really comes down to how we feel and how we want to go ahead and push it. It's about knowing the language of the game and pushing that fucking paperwork in so that they can't deny it. When they can't deny it from there, things start to change. Granted, there's still a possibility that they can murder you, but whether you try to go ahead and make the change or not, there's always going to be the possibility they can murder you. Even if the system completely changes, as long as human nature exists, even in a fighting a random person that walks the street at any moment can kill you. So what are you supposed to do? Live inside of your house and in a bubble for the rest of your life?
Word. I
yeah.
know somebody
But
who's fighting the system right now, Adrian. Just like how you're talking about. He was unjustly accused of something, jailed for it, and now he's fighting for it. He just came back from Arizona
from a conference, and he's publicizing that shit. He's not making this quiet at all. He's doing everything out in the public, out in the open, and that's what needs to happen. Once you put everything out, they can't deny it anymore.
Let
Exactly.
me
I
ask y'all a question. When y'all get locked up, right? And y'all look at y'all paperwork. Is y'all name in all capital letters?
majority of the time it should be yes.
Boom.
Then that's why your asses be locked up, because they locking up that capital letter person. Yeah, and you're not supposed to be in jail. When you correct your paperwork and you go into the courtroom with your birth certificate proving a live birth, that's how the fuck you beat that. Once you cross over them swinging doors on the judgment side, you in their jurisdiction. That's a
Dolly,
lot of people don't be knowing that shit. So y'all go to jail with your capital letter names, and then y'all give them that time, and then they banking off that money that they bank off your birth certificates. Wake the fuck up and stop checking the black box.
Dolly, I somewhat agree with you, but even in those circumstances, the person has to know the law because I've been doing the paperwork and doing things without correcting the status the way that the Moors do it. But even then, I've seen Moors in prison with their correct status. It's you
I
have
don't
to.
know, Adrian, but I be popping a whole lot of shit to these motherfuckers in the courtroom, to the judges, to the law. I pops a whole lot of shit, okay?
But
And
when
I
you get
won't
through
go into
popping your shit,
details. I won't go into details, but I know somebody that's a hella free because of my shit popping.
Yeah,
wait,
I'm
but
someone I could play videos. I've done it myself. I've even went after their
Y'all
surety
better
bonds
figure
for
out
the
where your
kidnapping.
last name is tied to.
after
Find
y'all get
out
through
how
talking,
much weight your last name holds up in these motherfucking governmental streets.
yeah. So after y'all get through cursing out the judge and talking y'all shit, right? What do y'all actually think y'all changed? Like y'all think y'all changed some shit? Like y'all got some straightening? Like I'm trying to understand the mindset. Like y'all really think like y'all moving the machine to bend and shit? Like this
In
what y'all
that
think?
in that moment, you're free, right? When you would have naturally been incarcerated for what you've done, you change the outcome of what you do. Now, if you publicize it, it becomes a thing to awaken other people into doing it. But it's not just about it's not that's not the way to just change the system. You have to learn how to play the game of the system. When
You know
I
when
get
I learned.
incarcerated, when I get detained, bro, I get 50K for every time I'm detained, in a band per minute after 3 minutes.
All right, so I'm gonna tell you about when I got detained, right? And this was when the day when I knew that I ain't gonna change shit. I'm not gonna move shit. I'm not gonna do. There ain't no revolution, no bullshit. This cop, right? He had my balls in his hand and shit, right? This shit's weird, right? Y'all stick around for this motherfuckers, right? He was frisking me and shit, and I was looking like, "Hey, motherfucker, you grabbing my goddamn balls? Let go of my balls." And he was like, "Motherfucker, you better not
And for
fucking
the
move."
first time in your life, you knew what it was
Hold on,
like to have a man
hold on,
touch your
hold
balls.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, yeah, that was the only time that somebody touched my balls though, because
Oh, so you
he
don't go
held my
to the
balls.
doctor? You got a woman doctor or the
I
man
got a
doctor?
woman doctor. I got a woman doctor.
You let
Yeah,
her
but
jiggle your balls? You let her stick her finger in your butt?
I mean, we could go into that later. But let me finish the
Dr.
story though.
Joanna,
Right? Go
man.
ahead. Listen, so yeah, man. So the dude, he whispered this shit and he said it through his teeth. He was a cracker. He was like, "You fucking move, I'll rip the fucking shit out your fucking body." And I'm like, "Hey, motherfucker, hey!" I'm looking around and shit. Right now, this a precinct is full of niggas, cops and shit. I'm looking around, hey, like y'all, hey, y'all not gonna do nothing? Hey, help, hey, he got my balls in my hand. He got my balls in his hand.
All
Everybody put
right,
their
that's
head
enough for
down.
you, Dom. You be changing
No,
the
hold on. Let me
energy all the
finish
time.
the
No, 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 no,
story.
no,
Hold
no,
on.
no.
Nah,
You
I'm
got
Doctor, let
finishing
him
five.
the
go because
story.
I'm gonna put him
You
in the
got
Let me
no, no.
goo.
I don't
finish
want to
the.
hear that shit, and I'm
Let
sure
me just
nobody
finish
else want
the
to hear that
story.
shit.
Listen,
So no,
I'm
you go
I'm gonna
finish
make it.
that story at bedtime.
I'm gonna
How's
finish it up
that?
right now. Listen, I'm gonna finish it up right now.
Sick of
Long
your
story
shitty
short,
energy.
no, no. Long story short, I looked around to see who was gonna help me, right? And black people, right, that looked like me with uniforms, they buried their head down, and they saw what he was doing. So in that moment, I was like, "Oh shit, they got me. There's nothing I could fucking do." Now it's
Now,
either I'm gonna be smart or I'm gonna be stupid and keep my boss because he could literally He could violate me right now, right? And nobody's gonna do a motherfucking thing about it. So 2 plus 2 is 4, right?
So
So
it
why
was
the
at
fuck?
that day you turned out to be a pussy and say you're gonna
Yeah,
bend
yeah,
over
yeah,
for
yeah,
That
the
yeah,
system. You
yeah,
that
yeah,
was
yeah,
the
yeah,
Hold
no
on,
yeah.
now
no.
don't do
So
that because
He
yeah, no,
he
no, hold
actually
on, hold
lost
on.
his
I'm
balls that day. They got
No, I
ripped
I'm
off
didn't lose.
that day.
I'm
No,
an
no, no.
intellect. Nah, nah.
I
Let me
grew a bigger set
intellectually
of
do this one.
balls. Let me tell you, I grew a bigger set of balls enough to know when the fuck to choose my battles wisely. It takes balls to choose your battles wisely, man. I
Now,
learned that
Dom,
shit. That
I got to
like,
I got
why
to
the
I
fuck I'm
got
gonna get my balls, nigga? My kids thank me for not being stupid that day, nigga. They wouldn't even be here.
Yo, Dom,
Yeah,
I got three
I tell
questions
my
to
kids
ask
that
you, right?
story.
I got three serious questions to ask you, nothing to troll either. In the what years was that? Around like what type? Yeah, around what years did that incident happen?
That was like 99,
All
like
right.
1999.
So that, and then two things. Did you think the second question? Did you think the other officers were supposed to help you, as if they're not a gang?
No, yeah, no. At that time, you got to remember, I was like 17, 18 years old, bro. So,
Oh, you was
uh,
behind a little bit with it. All right.
yeah.
Um.
So no, so I'm no, because the thing was, I mean, I'm looking around like, bro, like, how can the cop get away with doing this shit, right? And I learned very fast, nigga, you not gonna change shit, motherfucker. They put a bullet in your fucking head, dump you off somewhere, and sprinkle crack on you, motherfucker. Nobody's gonna say you fuck. They
All
gonna
right.
march
Now,
for you.
do
They gonna
you?
march for you, right? But it ain't gonna matter. It ain't gonna matter whether they
They wasn't
march
gonna
for you.
march for you in the '90s.
No, but
They
I'm
wouldn't
just
march for you. But
no, but I'm
Dom,
just saying though. The point is, bro, you gotta pick and choose your
not
battles. That
now,
was the
bomb,
moral of the
Dom.
story, bro.
Look, look. Now you're about to miss the
My
major
thing, we
point.
was talking about the shit that happened to children and shit, and how we made this
Hold on,
about
Dolly.
y'all.
Let me just get
No,
this
you
last bit
hold the
off,
fuck on.
please.
Don't be no. What the fuck?
Oh
Dolly.
my God, because you get so emotionally attached to things,
Oh
Dolly.
yeah, I'm emotionally attached, so you could see inside my body and tell what type of emotions I'm
So
feeling.
y'all
So
didn't
you
You
get what
could
I
did
was
it
trying to
earlier
assist
say.
when
me
you
with
sat
that.
here and said you didn't want to hear. Then after that, then you was like, "Oh, you know what makes sense? Can you explain it now?"
Okay, so how's this? I'll just boom this shit since you want to just
Have
act like
fun.
that.
Have
No, don't boom it, man. We were
Yeah,
just getting started.
cause y'all not gonna be fucking bullying me. The fuck? We
No,
was
you got
talking
it.
about,
We don't
like
want
I
no. We
said,
don't want no
we was
smoke.
talking about the Ari Alexander. I extended the courtesy to leave this open extra, so we not gonna do that.
I
We
don't
was
want no
talking about
smoke.
children, and y'all went and y'all made this about yourselves. Now,
I
if
don't
you
want
was
no
sharing
smoke,
an
Dolly. You got it.
experience in relation to the what we was just talking about the Ari dude, then yeah,
Officer
granny.
Dolly.
I don't want no smoke. You got it, Dolly.
I turned this around and made it about yourselves. Like I thought y'all was gonna talk about an experience relating to the topic. We don't want to hear y'all war stories.
But breaking down the knowledge to people is war stories. Showing them the difference of yesterday and today is war stories, Dolly.
But isn't that a universal law? Picking and choosing your battles wisely. Shouldn't everybody know to pick and choose their battles wisely? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
some battles not worth
Dom,
fighting.
just leave it alone, cause
All right,
just
fuck
Hey,
it.
let me bring it back to the
subject.
Yeah,
title
because
though.
I'm
Bring,
emotional. Boo hoo.
let me bring it back to the title. I don't care what battle it is. When it comes to the children, I'm fighting every motherfucking war.
Amen.
Okay?
Exactly.
Every
Wait, hold on.
motherfucking war needs to be fought when it comes to these goddamn children.
Wait, hold on, bro. How you gonna say Look, let's say abortion, right? You can't change that. Like that. That's not a fight that you
Okay,
supposed
that's
to
it.
even
We
be
gotta
fighting.
go because now y'all changing this to something
What?
else. That's it. It's over. Y'all have a good day. See you at
Oh
11 o'clock.
man.
Where's this boom the room button at? Bye.